smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You
I'm just a sinking ship, and you're just a pair of lips that I've lost in the moment. All I want is for you to come back. Now I'm caught in the middle of life, and I need you to survive. She said, boy, I want you to walk right, so I can give you one more chance. You're only living in your damn head. Without you by my side, I can't survive. I need you to survive. Without you by my side, cause without you by my side, I can't survive.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing real flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing. to be seen again. Never to be seen again. Never to be seen again. Never to be seen again. Hindsight is fleeting, oh, and your heart's bleeding, and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then, or what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one. And I can't wait to see you again. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one. And I can't wait to see you again.
I fell and lost to the war. Shot me dead. I was lost and I said to the voices in my head, I'm gonna get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm gonna give it up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up again. Look into my eyes. My heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love is far to come. Your love is far. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning time, but it just goes on. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning time, but it just goes on. Gotta get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get
Okay, and welcome everyone to my first Telkom Dota 2 Masters cast of the year. I'm RidditZ, joining me is Scarpy. Scarpy, how you doing? You've actually cast a game or two this year, haven't you?
Yes, I have had an opportunity to cast a couple of the Masters games, and fortunately enough, both of these teams are involved in those games. We have a little bit of insight as to the progression of this game. But yeah, looking forward to it, of course, and a whole brand new year ahead of us. And I mean, lots of stuff. So let's see what happens.
I mean, let's quickly run through the drafts now here as well. So there's been a lot of ups and downs in regards to the drafts over the international and local scene, especially over the past 3 weeks, not just from when 7.0 was released, but everyone's still finding their feet regarding that. And we see the Slaughter. I mean, Slaughter's been a staple since the previous patch as well. A very good initiator, good roamer, good offlaner, good support, depending on where you want to use him. Underlord and Lone Dread being banned out here by the side of Pulse. I mean, the Lone Dread one is a hero that's come to prominence, especially in the international scene over the past 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. The range druid is very difficult to deal with. A lot of people are looking for a bit of a nerf there. Very tough hero to deal with. The Slaughter as well. I mean, Slaughter just pretty much it represents what patch really is. I mean, it's when you want to group up, take a couple of fights, find objectives. I feel like objectives has become a far bigger goal. We've seen a lot more juggernauts and so on, which is quite sensible. And Slaughter, he thrives in these sort of team fights, people grouping up. He does extremely well. So it's a very fair ban. We see it almost every time, as well as the Pit Lord, I think, or Underlord. That's a ban we're seeing almost all the time, but it makes it very difficult in laning stages as well to trade, never mind his impact in the mid to late game. So Pit Lord, I think we're going to see bans on him in first phase quite a lot, at least until the next patch comes out.
I mean, the versatility that the Underlord can actually provide is, quite high. We've seen it used quite, how can I say, quite successfully internationally with those shrine TPs from the Pit Lord, constantly just moving back instead of moving all the way back. It's just like a half half TP back, moving into the next lane, pushing out the waves. And the Lone Druid, I mean, a couple years ago we saw this. We saw a start of a ranged druid, but it like took flame for 2 weeks and then it died out completely. Do you think that's going to be the same kind of behavior here? Because the Lone Druid is still extremely soft, but he uses his bear more of his, as a zoning tool instead of that powerful attacking Lone Druid bear that we always used to see in TI4, TI5, TI3. Or do you think that the ranged druid is actually here to stay with that insane movement speed?
Yeah, that's the
10
thing.
seconds to
The
go.
difference then was you didn't have a talent tree that gave you an extra 100 range at level 10. So feel it's here to stay unless they do make a couple of changes to the hero
Reserve
itself.
time.
So and two things to point out between the Lone Druid as well as the Underlord is that roots got buffed, and heroes that can really root you to the ground has made a lot of heroes really not very favorable, such as spirits and things and so on. As roots obviously don't allow them to either wave for lightning ball out. So I mean these heroes have a very big impact on mid game fights. Their laning stage is very, very dominant. I mean, most people that have laned up against Lone Druid are very aware of
Radiant's bane.
how annoying that bear is to deal with, how annoying Lone Druid is to actually kill when he does have his bear around him, especially with the role that they have. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like the ranged druid is here to stay until any potential
10
changes
seconds
that
to
may come
go.
about.
Yeah, well, let's quickly go through the rest of the picks as well. Juggernaut, Rubik, I mean, that's been a staple for the past couple of years. Juggernaut providing a lot of flexibility, a lot of push, a lot of sustain, and as well a lot of burst damage with the ultimate coming through as well as the Blade Fury. Rubik giving a lot of control, deep push, and a little bit of magical aura with the null field, Shadow Demon, and Axe. Also, I love seeing a Shadow Demon pick up. I hate playing against the Shadow Demon pickup. And I hate playing with Shadow Demons as well. I don't like the hero that much. Well, I hate playing Shadow Demon. But I love casting the Shadow Demon because the amount of plays that you can actually do, I'm not just talking about sieging, but saving, the amount of slow that you can do, and the versatility from a Shadow Demon depending on how it's played. I really enjoy seeing it.
Yeah, I was actually having this
Fire's bane.
conversation earlier today about the Shadow Demon. We were talking about what are the top 10 heroes that you're most concerned about playing in pubs and to climb MMR and so on. And a lot of people are telling me the top of their list is that Shadow Demon. He's just a very
10
tricky hero,
seconds
if I
to
may. He
go.
has just this sort of impact on team fights that make them very
5
difficult to play
seconds.
around. He has a lot of potential burst damage as well.
Yeah. A
So,
good Shadow Demon is definitely
Reserve time.
a good Shadow Demon. Now, sure, everyone can say the skill cap or the skill level, you don't have to have that high of a skill level to actually play a Shadow Demon, but a good Shadow Demon knows when to disrupt, knows when to purge, knows when to actually use his soul catchers or what kind of positions and how to cast it. And it can just disrupt an entire fight.
yeah, and I mean, they banned out the Luna themselves and they were the Shadow Demon. It just shows you it's not a like sort of
10
one-shot
seconds to go.
hero where you only run it with Lunas and you win games by pushing down towers. His
5
impact
seconds.
is pretty broad throughout the game. He couples well with an axe as well. There's very good setup for calls,
Reserve
as well as illusions
time.
of axe having counter helix. These are obviously a
And
couple of pros.
one thing I want to bring up is if an axe goes for an early blink dagger, okay, and the axe blinks in and calls and he doesn't have something to help sustain him, a tank item, blade maul, etc. Axe can still blink and call with the Shadow Demon disrupting and making sure that the axe does not die and it still locks down an entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the rest of the team can fight around it. I mean, that's pretty
Dire
solid.
pick.
But we see here that we've actually seen a lot this patch, and we've seen it a lot in the high skill pubs. The
Well,
position for
DC
Pudge
versus
is,
APG is on right now as well, and they also have a pudge pick. So both the South African Telkom Dota 2 Masters games have got
10
pudges in them.
seconds to go.
yeah. I mean, Pudge is just so good. Off lane, he can pull the off lane, which means
5
if you're gonna
seconds.
have a hard carry, which you see a Shadow Demon, you're gonna assume they're gonna have a hard carry, something that they can really turn this Shadow
Reserve
Demon into
time.
something in the late game. So a Pudge can definitely run that if he gets the good hook. in the off lane, he can really just deny a lot of XP and also give a lane advantage to the off laner.
Yep.
And this makes things a little bit tricky here for XTC. So I'm gonna be very interested to see what they're gonna do, if they're gonna try and block up the camp. It's very difficult to block that camp up for the 30 seconds.
Winter Wyvern was banned out as well as Darkshare, 2 control heroes that XTC banned out, and 2, how can I say, fight-oriented heroes, with the Lifestealer and the Invoker being banned out from the side of Pulse. Ember Spirit being picked up by XTC. Do we now see the likes of something like a Omni Knight to actually, group up with a Pudge, or to lane with a Pudge? What hero do you see to actually go up with that Pudge in that offlane role? Or is it going to be a solo Pudge?
I think it's just going to be offlane. A roaming Pudge. I think he's going to sit on position 4. I think they're going to get some sort of a offlaner that can dominate his own lane. Maybe Doxia's out, unfortunately. Axe has already been picked up. It's actually going to be a bit tough for them to really pick something. Next, that's actually a great pick. Makes a lot of sense. You're very good up against the Shadow Demon. Great at getting a little bit of a lead in his lane. And
but up against an Ember Spirit as well, especially with a Flame Guard or Spy Carapace. Ember Spirit is a very mobile hero, a hero that you do sometimes struggle to just get that initial lockdown on. And with a Spy Carapace being there, it will set up a good hook for the Pudge. It will set up a Rubik lift. It can set up a lot to actually deal with the mobility of the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and a lot of people underestimate Nyx's stun time. I mean, 1.6 seconds on a level 1 stun is really long duration. So like you say, Pudge can get a really good setup there. So when Pudge does pull the offlane, he instantly gets level 2. I think no matter what camp spawns, and a Pudge with level 2 is always a scary one, because that's going to be in rot as well as the best damage on the hook. And there's a lot of potential for them to kill. So if they feel that they might be under the cosh, the Pudge could just stay in lane with Nyx. But at the same time, hitting that level 2 early on, giving Nyx an advantage in the lane, also frees up his potential to gank that mid laner, which is the Ember, who's quite vulnerable early on into the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how Pulse are actually going to deal the Ember and see if they're going to slow him down.
Oh, this is quite an interesting lineup here. I mean, the Slark and the Ember Spirit, it's 2 melee heroes. Slark is very mobile, Ember Spirit's very mobile. You do have the Axe that is that tanky frontliner that can possibly give the Slark enough time to wrap around the edges, constantly attack from the sides, gain up his essence shift, as well as giving the Ember Spirit enough time to put out the Slaughter Fest, the Searing Change, do the damage with the Shadow Fiend backing up the Axe itself. It is good in theory. So many melee heroes, do you actually see a little bit more AoE coming through from the side of Pulse to try and deal with that? Okay, maybe putting in something. Okay, well, they actually need maybe a bit more. Maybe running the Nyx in the mid lane, running something like that Earthshaker, Enigma, Timbersaw. Some kind of control, considering you are up against 3 melee heroes. Or what do you think they'll go for?
I think they also got Odie in the. Yeah, I know he's taken a little bit of a bump, but the hero is still pretty good. Dealing with melee heroes, especially, can collect quite a lot of stats. They're also mostly very low on intelligence, so there's a very good potential for the OD pickup. Other than that,
5 seconds.
Yeah, throwing the Nyx in the mid lane is also quite solid. Like I said, you can get a good advantage for an offlaner early on, and someone like a Earthshaker could do well with that. And that would free up the Pudge to really get a good rotation on the mid laner with the next setup. So that could be a bit of a concern, but I feel like OD is quite solid. But actually, Timbersaw interesting, and 3 melee heroes, like you say, Timbersaw is actually a very solid pick. Timbersaw
is, and especially if you do have a Pudge that can roam around, that can actually move in. But hold on quickly, is this going to be a mid Nyx with the offlane Timbersaw? Is this going to be a mid Timbersaw up against the Ember Spirit?
I feel like Nyx could mid lane here. He fares pretty well up against the
well, guys, on that, we can actually discuss all of this. We will be back shortly. We are just going to reconnect. Of course, we drafted with only 4 people in the side of Pulse. We're waiting for the last player. So stay tuned. We shouldn't be too long, and we'll be back for the start of Game 1 between Pulse and XTC. I'm RidditZ, joining me as Scarpy, and we'll be back soon. Okay, everyone, and welcome back to the first game of the Telkom Digital Gaming League Masters Championships for Dota 2 that I'm, of course, casting this year. I'm RidditZ. Joining me is Scarpy. Scarpy's actually cast both of these two teams before, and looking purely at the draft, Scarpy, who do you like better? Who do you think has got the better draft? And this is, of course, going to be Smacker here in the middle lane. So, for those of you guys that want to watch on stream as well, we are on there. It is on YouTube. Just search for Major Gaming Studios, and of course, you will find us casting live there. Of course, our dedicated production manager, Crimsoon, just making sure everything's running smoothly there. If you guys do have any issues in game or on stream, please just let us know in the chat on the stream itself. But having a quick look here, my camera seems to be stuttering a little bit. I think that's also why they might have paused. Either DC or something, not responding. Okay, no, never mind. Slug pickers. There you go. The standard SA gaming banter coming through here. But Smacker running this Timbersaw mid. I mean, we were wondering if it's going to be a mid Nyx. Well, it could still possibly be. Now, lower boss, of course, is Rage Boss. Rage Boss always used to play off lane. I mean, his Bat Riders is still legendary in the South Africa. Burn up against something like a Ember Spirit, even though he doesn't have a lot of intel, it could still do a lot and reduce that mana, which will force Ember Spirit to fight you one-on-one.
Yeah, that's definitely a very good point. I mean, you reduce his mana, you can't really farm well. But I think they just have a lot of faith in Smack in mid lane here. He's also another thing I want to touch on. Cunning Blades.
Hold on quickly, we are actually going to see an engagement coming through. It is going to be onto the rubric. The pounces there, as well as it started off with a Shadow Demon disruption. That is the first blood going towards the way of SD TPing top, going to secure that top run as well. I mean, that is very strong from the side of that's Scarnet, and then that's XTC, yes.
Yeah. Also, don't like they're not showing the teams on the top. So hopefully they'll get some upcoming videos. But yeah, looking over at Smacker, he's got Quelling Blade, and a lot of people are saying, "Oh, Quelling Blade's been nerfed, not percentage damage anymore." For a hero like Timbersaw, who used to struggle to actually last hit, a Quelling Blade now actually is very, very good for the early stages. So he gets a couple of levels up. So
Scotty, can you do me a quick favor though? Can you just check your in-game audio? Apparently you are stuttering quite a bit in-game. It was fine during the initial draft, but now it is stuttering a little bit. Can you just have a quick look at that?
Yeah, I've done it. I actually reduced it a bit because I thought it was maybe playing back a little bit, but since I changed a couple of my settings, but hopefully it will be.
Why you do that in the middle of a cast? That's not good.
I was just concerned. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, our production manager will let us know. Of course, there is a 2-minute delay regarding that for that to catch up onto stream. So, of course, we will find out here. But let's go through the lanes. Now, I did ask earlier, and I don't think we managed to get an answer. Which draft do you like better?
I definitely feel XTC just because they have a clear sort of set out plan. But, I mean, I'm looking at this page now. He's done his and this is just gonna hurt us like very badly. He wants to get a couple of levels up, keep himself safe, And the next, he's going to be very happy with the outcome. And the Pudge also finding level 2 and some farm. Very, very scary early game, but again, XTC, they just have a clear-cut plan here. And whereas I feel like Pulse, they went a little bit reactive in their draft, which is not completely terrible. I feel like some sort of great pickup here.
I just got the thumbs up from the production manager. You do sound good, so please do not change anything right now. Jack is taking quite a bit of damage here in this middle lane, and that's the problem. The Timbersword does get quite a few reactive armor stacks up, but Timbersword to actually fight here in the middle lane up against the Ember Spirit. The Ember Spirit is just going to start harassing out Timbersword and getting control on the lane. Whereas with the Nyx Assassin, the Nyx can actually punish the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean, Smacker is not afraid to throw out the Swirling Death and just reduce that strength, DDD. So he too is going to be a little bit weary about maybe overextending a bit with a good rotation from a Pudge, which is already slowly waltzing his way in that direction. It could be a bit scary, but once a couple more points up in Flame Guard, it's going to be a tough time for Smacker, and I do agree with you. The Nyx could have done a little bit better here, but I feel like they just want Smacker to get as much farm as possible on the Timber, whereas the Nyx does fine with that too much on hand. He can still have a big impact.
Yep. But looking quickly now, it is 12-on-1 versus 11-3, so this middle lane is pairing up extremely well. Bottom lane though, it is Juggernaut sitting here on 9-1 afterwards, but Doom Bunny, I mean, this heal and the sustain on the Axe is going to cause quite a bit of problems for them, especially if this Axe gets that level 5 mark. He's just going to bully out the Juggernaut completely.
Yeah, this is a tough time here. The Dazzle plus Axe is a very old combination.
There's a spin coming onto the Axe right now. Axe actually does manage to get out of this one, but taking quite a bit of damage. Only has one Tango left, but he already has those full boots up, those full Tranquil boots up. I mean, he'll probably just back off, and here comes a Dazzle with a double damage run. We missed a kill on the top lane, and that is actually going to be a tower getting the return kill. So 1-for-1 trade-off Pudge for a Shadow Demon. I think that is pretty even, so to speak.
Yeah, but Slark took so much damage, he can't really rejoin lane. Actually had a force out of Solve, so that's another extra 100 gold pretty much made in that team fight. So it's actually quite a nice exchange here. The Pudge, good rotation, finds a kill for himself, as well as forcing the Slark to really struggle for farm. I mean, he's only sitting with 9 last hits, and Rage Boss is keeping up with him. So Dota and Die not having a easy time as you would like as a Slark, but he is dealing with very, very aggressive heroes here.
Yeah, this Axe at this point sitting 19-0 versus Aghanims on the Juggernaut 16-2. I mean, this is basically a carry Axe or a safe lane Axe up against the off lane Juggernaut.
Yeah, he's actually just rolling through this. Aghanim having a very tough time, and rightfully so. It's not very easy to deal with a Axe who does pure damage with his counter helix this early on, and can lock you down through your Blade Fury. So he's always going to have a tough time, and there's very good setup potentially with a good rotation here. But they need to stop babysitting the Slark. So I think they want to get as big of a lead here, leave the Axe alone, and get that Dazzle to the top lane just to secure Dota and Die a little bit of farm.
Well, Axe has just managed to get himself a bounty rune here. They are actually going to try and go onto the Dazzle right now. The spin is there, of course. The Dazzle does not have a shallow grave, so it depends who they go into. Aghanim might be in a lot of trouble right now. One more hit needed. No, it is going to be the Axe. He does cast his Battle Hunger on, but he doesn't manage to get anything. The Healing Ward is dropped. Managing to get out of that one with the hairs on his chinny chin. Meanwhile, though, looking towards mid lane and top lane, I thought there might have been an engagement on top. There was no hook there. But yeah, I mean, Aghanim barely managing to get out of the one alive. The call being held by the Axe up until the last moment with that spin. Otherwise, the Juggernaut would have got the kill up on the Dazzle. Dazzle, of course, not having that level of Shadow Grave.
Yeah, absolutely. Good patience coming out from Scarnet. But on top of that, I think underestimating the physical damage that Dazzle does output with the level 2 into his Shadow Waves. Maybe a little bit of a misread there from Aghanim, but he managed to heal up. He got that healing ward down just at the nick of time to keep himself alive there. So fortunately, having the mana for that could have been very devastating if he had to fall there, but managing to survive, he'll be happy with that in this lane. But still, this Axe just pretty much getting free farm, and no real response from the side of.
Well, looking here towards the top lane, I actually want to point this out. I mean, this Observer Ward's going to die pretty soon in 40 seconds. This Observer Ward has actually kept this top lane pretty safe for quite a while because the Pudge keeps on moving in through this angle. Wait, just wait till the game to unpause and I can actually draw on the map. To this angle right here, and he's been hiding around here. This ward has been scouting out all of that movement, and it's been protecting this top lane quite a bit, even though the Slog's only sitting on 16-2 right now. It could have been a lot worse for the Slog as well as for the SD.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Pudge, yeah, good rotation. Still a very scary lane, by all means, but Dota and Die, he hasn't completely fallen off. And once this Dazzle feels safe to leave, or they might just keep this pressure up. I mean, this Juggernaut's really suffocating for farm, so I mean, he's doing slightly better, but there is just so much more kill potential in spot lane. Unless there's just a wild hook that comes out from forehead, I don't see much potential there.
Juggernaut's busy hiding right now, sitting 20-2 versus Slog 17-2. Both the carries not having the time of their lives, but both are offlaners. I mean, this Nyx Assassin 27-12 with the axe. I mean, 40-2. It's just ridiculous. Meanwhile, though, on the middle lane, there is a big engagement coming through. The Searing Change is cast onto the Embers, onto the Timbersaw, but Timbersaw did have that lucky haste rune bottled, and oh, the hook comes through, but it's only a level 2 hook. So, not having the full range, landing around here while the Ember Spirit was roughly where the Siege Creep is now. But lucky haste rune there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really nice there for Smack Up. I mean, he's going to go use up his shrine, get back to lane, and a big rotation, force down. Assuming Juggernaut will feel a little bit more safe to poke his neck out a little bit here. If he can find himself a couple of CS here and there.
Top lane though, now going on in onto the Nyx Assassin right now. Nyx Assassin did use his Vendetta, so the Pudge is he actually going to go for that blind hook onto the Dazzle, waiting for it. Dazzle trying to zigzag, juke up and down, and the Pudge is just like, I'm not even going to waste my mana right there. There's no way I'm hitting that. Oh, hook, nearly going for that hook onto the Slug. Slug's only level 5. He needs one more creep before he gets that level 6. And then it's going to be, more difficult to actually kill, because you can actually get that Dark Pact off as soon as the hook comes in, as well as a Shadow Dance. If you do see the hook is going to hit you.
Yeah, that was a strange turn of events there. I thought he hits out of Vendetta, but he did no damage to Dota and Die. I don't know if he creep or maybe
if you start attacking, and I think if you go towards the end of the attack and you actually stop your attack, it still takes the invis off, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. Hook missing onto the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay there. That could have been a lot of potential damage even if
well, here's the counter engage coming through right now. The Pudge is only sitting on level 5 and level 6, so he can't actually do anything. A good 2-man stun coming through here by the Nyx Assassin. He, of course, does have it if he wants to wrap around. Are they going to be able to get the kill onto forehead on the Pudge? And they actually do. Is there any sentry wards now? No, there's the dust though. Can they actually get the leap? The leap is there. Does manage to get onto the Nyx. Another stun coming through, but it's not going to be up. The Spike Carapace does actually keep him alive a little bit longer, but he is going to be alive from this. Or is the Poison Touch actually going to... No, Poison Touch. Not enough. Can't believe he managed to get... Well, he managed to survive that.
That was actually really well played by him. He did an extremely good job. 2 very good stuns in that engagement. And managed to survive. Oh, great hook here. Dota and Die's in trouble. Oh, so close. If only Rage Boss was a little closer, that could have been a potential kill. But they're not giving up on the chase yet. Dota and Die trying to hide in the trees, heal up where he can.
Oh, forehead. Pudge managed to scout him out. There you go. Pudge does manage to see him. And unfortunately, Slark is just going to start watching from here. There's a stun. Oh, but that's the power of the Shadow Demon right there. Does manage to actually get that disruption. And Dota is still alive. He does have that leap. Shadow Demon bringing it out. Aghanim actually died towards the bottom here by the axe. Axe dunking him. Doom Bunny did manage to get a, or did actually die there from the Rubik. Just like a kill on the top lane, kill on the bottom lane, but not the kill that they were looking for. Slark getting out of that alive. Insane plays coming through from the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play actually. Before the damage came through, he managed to get the ball off. That was great. I mean, he does like to die back to that. So Doom Bunny, a bit unfortunate, but he'll be happy with that. They've also managed to pick up the Juggernaut in the bot lane, so very, very good trades coming out here for XTC right now.
Ooh, middle lane though, middle lane. We do have a sneaky little Nyx here. And this Ember Spirit wants to go in closer, but there's going to be the Vendetta Strike and go up. No, there's not. It is going to be Nyx wrapping around. He will actually scout out. They did scout out the axe here with the Observer Ward.
Yeah.
And this Vendetta is actually going to wear off. And I honestly think they should have gone for this Esper because he had a Remnant in mid. That's all. He didn't have a Remnant top. But are we going to see any kind of further engagement come to you? There's two TPs coming here towards the bottom lane. There is, of course, a Poison Touch onto the Nyx. There's a call by the Axe right now, going on to Aghanim. Aghanim taking half damage already off of his HP. And there you go. The disruption is there. Will they actually be able to get anything further? There is, of course, no Omni Slash. Will they get the kill on the Axe? The Axe actually does get healed up as well as Shallow Graved up. Now the spin to win. Will the dunk be there? The first dunk is, and that is once again Axe getting the kill to Aghanim. The hook is not going to land at all. Will they be able to get a kill onto anyone else after this? I think they might just decide to back off. But once again, the disruption just showing how, well, the Shadow Demon disruption just showing how powerful it is. And this Axe, sure, he died, but he's still limiting the Juggernaut extremely. And look at the net worth. Axe is sitting on the top of the charts at this point with 5,233.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a favorable. Oof, that was close. Maybe a little bit of a favorable fight there for Pulse. I mean, they killed the top farmer on the opposing team, so they got a little bit of extra gold. But I mean, like you say, the Axe, once he gets his blink back up, that's pretty much all that he's going to be looking for. The Juggernaut needs farm. He's being hindered devastatingly. On the other hand, Slark's not doing fantastic at the stage either. He's still got a lot of work to do to catch up. So,
Slark sitting on 3,300 net worth. Juggernaut sitting on 3,000 net worth, 3,100. So very close. However, Smacker, are they actually going to be able to get this kill? The Rubik is there, of course, does the Shadow Wave. Did manage to heal up the Timbersaw just in time. And of course, the Ember Spirit just remnants out of that one. And I mean, on the previous fight, the Axe, sure, he died. And it is a favorable trade for the side of Pulse itself. But still keeping that Juggernaut below the Slark, even though both of them are not doing too badly. I honestly say that's okay for me, even though I'm the net worth leader and I just died. I'm still making sure that the Juggernaut can't do anything.
Oh yeah, I mean, just look at Scarnet. He's got Blink Dagger, Vanguard, Tranquils up at 13 minutes. This is very good timing. He's definitely very happy with that.
Takes me back to the old school safe lane Axe.
Yeah, and I mean, we look back and Rage Boss, he did great in his lane, but he doesn't have anything like that kind of farm. He's just got his mana boots. He's still looking for that Hand of Midas. And now
there's the blink call once again onto the Juggernaut. The call is there. Will they actually be able to get the kill? There's the dunk, and once again, the disruption is actually being used as well as the dust. That's 2 heroes down for the side of Pulse. This Shadow Demon and this Axe with the Blink Dagger coming up, it's just proving to be so difficult for them to actually try and handle. And I mean, Pulse couldn't have done anything better there. The spin was straight away. The Spike Carapace was thrown. It's just, at this point, XTC is just that much further ahead of the side of Pulse. And middle lane, there's another core coming onto the Timbersaw. Look at the damage that they're actually doing. Will they have enough to do the dunk? No, they do manage to get a call. Oh, not the call, the Battle Hunger off. The Timbersaw is still alive. Extremely close though.
Yeah, I mean, it did kill the Timbersaw. Ooh, Rage Boss maybe going a bit extremely against the stun down.
Stun onto the Axe, but there you go. Ember Spirit remnanting right now. There's a good hook for it. Oh, but the Nyx Assassin, he gets caught by the Axe before the hook. And I've seen them trying to do this quite a few times, where the Nyx actually goes in, gets a Spike Carapace, and then gets pulled out by the Pudge, but it's just not working for them. Just what?
They're very far behind right now. It seems like Pulse on the back foot. They need a couple of good fights for themselves. But Aghanim, he's still struggling. He's still trying to get those phase boots up. Whereas Slark, he's going to have his impact item not too far away. He's going for that Shadow Blade. He's got already one component flying into him. He's about 1,000 off. And the Juggernaut, his real spike in this game, his power spike, is quite far away. It's going to be a tough task here for Aghanim to catch himself back up.
I mean, the current net worth sitting around 6,000 in favor of XTC at this point. So the side of Pulse, I mean, they do have a few heroes that can come back and that can actually snowball once given the chance. But my big problem here is this Shadow Demon. And Shadow Demon can actually put a stop to snowball very quickly. There's a disruption coming through. We will see a Searing Chains follow up if they need be. But there's the hook. The hook, unfortunately, is only onto the Timbersaw illusion. And the Timbersaw will get out of that one alive, extremely close. But the Rubik is going to actually be the one to pay for the Timbersaw is not even overextension. I mean, it's just the Ember Spirits in this axe are just well, the Ember Spirits and axe are combining extremely well with the Shadow Demon, and this Shadow Demon is just staying out of his model.
Yeah, we touched on it in the draft. Very good combination. Very nice setup from the Shadow Demon. And the axe follow-up is great. And
Rage Boss going in onto the slide, but not managing to get off the stun. So he'll have to back off from this. He is going for a Hand of Midas, going for that late game, knowing that, listen, we don't have early game control, so no shenanigans like level 1 Dagon or even an early blink coming up. He knows he has to take this late, and Hand of Midas, do you think that's actually going to help?
It pretty much...
He needs levels, so...
Oh, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, gets called up here. Spy Carapace will keep him alive for a little bit longer, but the Slark's following up. Do they have dust on hand? Doesn't seem that they do, but that Vendetta's very far away and they'll be very aware of it. And lol, in Rage Boss, he's gonna play with his life. And man, again, I touched on this when you asked me which team I felt is gonna win. XTC just seems to have a clear plan, and they sort of, where they have these goals to achieve and they're just achieving them, whereas Pulse, they're sort of sitting in lane waiting to hit their power spikes. Juggernaut's having its time. They don't really have any sort of...
Oh, Hook's actually coming through onto the middle lane right now, but the Searing Chain comes off before the Dismember. I mean, if they actually managed to get that kill up onto the Ember Spirit, that would have been a big jump for them, a big gold spike, and a much needed comeback. Because at this point, the top 3 on net worth are on the side of XTC. 7,700, 6,900, 6,500. I mean, this slog's really come back.
Oh, Smacker's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble.
There's the blink. Oh, hold on quickly. There is actually going to be the Pudge, but the Pudge only manages to get Dirt and Die, not Timbersaw. But this Timbersaw is quite tanky, but not tanky enough for this axe to actually just finish off that dunk. This Pudge is always just a little bit off in regards with those safety hooks. And once again, the main reason for that is this Shadow Demon illusions from the disruption.
Yeah, just again, just beautiful setups coming at you from X. They have a clear plan. They know how to execute their team fights, and they're just doing it flawlessly here. And Pulse, they're just scavenging for whatever they can try and get. Having a very tough time. I mean, I said they have a very reactive draft. Pretty good pickups here and there. XTC definitely showing that they have an intent, and we saw that previously. I mean, the last time I did cast them, they played against XD, and in game 2 they went in with a clear plan. XD maybe went with a bit of a different draft.
I'm not allowed to comment on that game since.
But
yeah,
yeah they had
actually, thank you for the shoutouts in the like previous game, especially where you said that I'm the best sub in South Africa. So yeah, I do appreciate that.
Sure I said that.
Well, they're actually going in onto the Pudge right now. Pudge gets called off, and Dunk actually missing.
Yes, 60-second cooldown. He won't be happy with that, and a lot of mana expended really, but they still get the kill.
Yeah, now they're going in onto the Rubik right now. Rubik, of course, has stolen Flame Guard, so is keeping him alive just that little bit longer. But there's the Blink Core coming in from Scarnet right now. It's onto the Timbersaw. Not the easiest here to actually pick off, and Timbersaw. I mean, Timbersaw is their saving grace at this point for the side of Pulse.
Absolutely, Saka's going to be instrumental here for them. He's not doing terribly according to the net worth. He's sort of keeping up. He's going to have that Bloodstone up in decent time. I like the pickup here. He went for the casual cloak.
Yeah.
Very, very sensible. Identifying that, okay, you're playing up against an Ember. He's built the Veil. Have that cloak is going to save you that much HP, so really nice.
When you get the Bloodstone up, do you play more aggressively or less? Because the problem is if you die twice, all of that was basically wasted.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, and we look over at the Nexus item progression, he went for the Hand of Midas. I feel like he's going to look to play it a little bit safe. He's going to use that mana pool that he's going to get from the Bloodstone to farm up as much as he can. And then with that...
Maybe look for a pick-off or two just to get those Bloodstone charges.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking to achieve anything once that's up. I think it's pretty much just the goal of, like you say, get 1 or 2 extra stacks and just farm. If Smacker gets a lot of farm, this could be very devastating.
Oh, Nix is actually spotted out right now due to the ward, and we'll see the Shadow Demon just making his way out of that. However, Ember Spirits is now here on the bottom side as well. They of course know the Nyx is busy chasing them, and this Nyx wants to find something seriously, but unfortunately running past a lot of these sentries, running past a lot of vision, that the side of XTC has. And it's just, not XTC. Yeah, it is XTC, sorry. Running past a lot of the vision that XTC has, and this Nyx is just having the game that he would have wanted. I mean, he started off really good in his lane, but I mean, it hasn't capitalized onto a lot, and that's, in my opinion, of no fault of the Nyx at all.
Big smoke play coming at you, and Rubik is gonna die instantly. Wow.
Keep in mind, that's a Silver's Edge up on the slot.
Yeah. That's really big. The Silver's Edge is gonna make Smacker's life an absolute misery. That means he's gonna have no reactor bomb as these team fights. And
there's a blink going in straight here onto the Nyx Assassin, but Nyx Assassin will just get not even needed for his dunk. He did, of course, use his Spike Carapace, level 3 up, but with the amount of burst damage coming through from the side of XTC, there's not much that he could have done.
Yeah, XTC identifying that they need to sort of get these objectives done, and they're doing that. And they just doing a great job. The Slark is caught up very, very well considering the position he was in early on. So, yeah, again, Pulse just on the back foot here. Very, very tough ask them to come back into this game, but they're going to do what they can.
I see a possibility here. Nyx Assassin, instead of finishing up his Aghanim Scepter, he buys up a gem. They move around, they smoke, they move around, they use a smoke and the gem to deward. And to gain a little bit more, to deward and ward and gain a little bit more map control back. Sure, it's a heavy investment, but considering there's a Slark with a Silver's Edge, I think getting that gem, then even putting the gem back in base, but just to get a little bit more map control might be a good option for them.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Map control is going to be absolutely fine. Any sort of dewarding could be good, yeah, but I don't think Rage Boss is going to deter from getting that Ags. By any means, I think he wants
Tunnel vision, get that Ags or else.
Yeah, that's how we've been playing our pups. I mean, so I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they do go for the gem, but I don't imagine he'll.
Oh, that hook straight in onto Slark. Actually, I have to say that was an insane hook. Managing to get past the creep as well. I mean, very well played. Unfortunately, he hooked it. He turned around and started walking instead of actually just trying to get up that dismember, but the dot pack was there as well. So I think the dot pack would have just debuffed it and allowed the Slark to get out. But still, very good hook. And it has forced the side of XTC just to back off, and it has sort of reminded them that high ground is going to be quite difficult if they don't get the first pick off.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. I like what Rage Boss is doing here. He actually went for the hand miles and he's queuing up these Tome of Knowledge. He's very aware that he needs them. Oh, this could be a kill for them. There we go.
That's what they need. Just a single pick off. Even if it's on the SD, it's a little bit more gold. It puts him only 1,000 away, actually 800 away from his Aghanim Scepter. Gives them a little bit more control. Gives them time to get some wards and D-wards and just start pushing out the lanes. Even though middle lane has barely been touched, only around a third HP being taken. It does give them a little bit more breathing room, around 30 seconds for the entire death duration of the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, like you say, they're looking to play into the late game. These kind of pickups is going to mean a lot. That means the extra Bloodstone charge here for Smacker, who hasn't died yet, so he hasn't really fallen into a major deficit at all. So if he can get a couple more of this, he can be a little more devastating. But again, be very, very afraid of that Silver's Edge on the Slark. That means he's very vulnerable to physical damage as the game does progress. So he must be a little bit wary, but you're dealing with the magical damage Ember Spirit, so maybe not too concerned.
Timberstone might be in a bit of trouble. He does manage to actually get out of the one alive. I want to point out something. There's 6 sentries here for the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is actually not that poor, sitting on 3,500, including all of the Observer Wards and sentries, so that turret is going to drop quite a bit. But as this Shadow Demon, he's been making so many plays. I say, hold on quickly. How did this sentry actually scout out that ward? And that one! That's like on the edge of both. Oh my word.
Yeah, pretty lucky there. I think the Slark scattered it out, so he put it just on the edge. I'm sure Slark scattered it out. I mean, this is the nice thing when you play a support with Slark in your team. You just buy sentries and you're gonna get your money back. It's almost a given. So he said he's gonna lose a lot of the money. He'd gain a lot of it back just due to the fact that there is.
Ooh, Ember Spirit disconnected, and there's the pause. I was about to say, is this gonna be one of those casual pubs where no one actually pauses, even though it is a comp game? But Ember Spirit disconnecting. We did see him having a few issues earlier on as well, where when the game started. But let's quickly just go through the lineup here. Rage Boss on the Nyx Assassin, sitting 1, 4, and 3. He is on level 15, so tied with Smacker and Aghanim. I mean, he's been trying everything from his side to create space, to move around the map. It's just XTC's being on top of him. They've been getting the wards down on the choke points, on the rotations, on the movement points, and they've been able to scout him out. The side of the Pudge, he's been getting a few hooks, but not really being that impact player. He's mostly been going for those disruptions for as soon as an axe, let's say, calls. But the problem is that setup is always there from the Shadow Demon, so in most cases it is an illusion, and the illusions are positioned well so that they're in the way of the Pudge. So both of the two playmakers of the side of Pulse have a very difficult game ahead of themselves.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think Pudge impact, you sort of expect a little bit more from a Pudge in this patch, really. You want him to have that very early game impact, which he struggled to have. He was dealing with a difficult lane. I was hoping he would find a kill into the Ember a little bit early on, but he didn't really manage to do much in that lane. And other than that, he just stuck with the top lane, saw if he could get a good margin for Rage Boss, which he did. Rage Boss did have a great laning stage. He got ahead, he did extremely well. So
especially up against the Slug, I mean, he did really well.
Yeah, he compared
Oh, hold on quick. There's the Slug jumping in straight in onto. Oh, but the hook. Well, not the hook, the Timber Chain coming out from the Pudge, and the Pudge actually managing to keep the. Or not the Pudge. So the Pudge is actually going to die. The Timber managing to keep the Pudge alive just that little bit longer. The Timber does have a hook, but that's it. He had his Bloodstone, and all of a sudden the Bloodstone charges just get blown up. Meanwhile, towards the back of that, the Aghanim is coming there with a very good ultimate, and will he actually be able to get a kill on any of them? Ow! That is two heroes that were on 0 HP, and this is going to be Rage Boss that's also going to die now as well. He's just trying to do what he can. He, of course, does not have a Blink Dagger to get out of this one. But it is Smacker. Smacker, of course, with that Bloodstone, he is back up now. And this Shadow Demon does have a TP, but it is in backpack, so he will not make this. So, hold up. There's the start.
I thought he would have the dancing shoes on there, but yeah, I mean, we saw the impact of the Ags now on Rage Boss there. He was an impossible kill for them. They just realized, okay, we're gonna kill him now, and then they just did no damage to the hero, and then by that time Smacker respawned, and slowly trying to get those Bloodstone charges back up. And, yeah, I mean, this Ags pickup is looking pretty good. He's going for the Ether Lens next. I also do think the Blink Dagger should be something that Rage Boss should maybe look into. The Ether Lens, once you're inside mound, your burrow, it's really useful. You can sit very back.
That is literally an entire screen with the way you can just stun.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Really okay, so looking, it's 5 to 20 at this point. Experience is sitting around 10,000 in favor of XTC. Net worth also around that 12 to 13,000 mark. Is that far enough for XTC to continue on taking control of this game, or is this where the side of Pulse can actually start making a comeback?
I think it's hard to say that. The Giant's in no real position to dominate the game yet. He went for the Maelstrom just to help him find that farm very quickly. Still, it's pretty much the build now, no matter if you're leading or are behind, to go Yasha into the Maelstrom. But, I mean, he's got a lot of work set out ahead of him. He needs to get them in. He needs to get maybe a Diffusal Blade up if he does go, or finish a Mjolnir. It's quite far for him.
Cool, look at this sneaky Nyx Assassin. Just trying to delay up the creep waves a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, but going back to my point, the block, he's scary. He's ready to fight. He's Echo Saber as also Edge, so I think that this is still
and rolling in towards the Skadi as well, you know, sitting with an ultimate orb there is ready. I mean, let's just go through some of the items here on the side of XTC to show you how scary this is. Slark is nearly, well, he's basically halfway to his Skadi right now. DD actually managed to kill on the bottom lane. Yeah, oh, never mind about that one. But Slark's extremely tanky. Extremely, you know, he hits very hard. Axe has got a full Crimson Guard up as well as the Blade Mail going in towards that Lotus Orb, Shiva's Guard.
Yeah.
No, it is Lotus Orb. There you go. I mean, this this Axe is tanky as hell. Then you've got the two supports. Dazzle does have a 4-star to help out. And this level, or like number 5 support, Shadow Demon, he's just been playing out of his mind, getting the wars done, doing what he needs to do. The entire side of XTC looked damn scary. And that's not even talking about Ember Spirit, that's got a Blink Dagger up, got a Maelstrom up, got a Veil of Discord up, and is working towards that Lincoln Sphere as well. How do you kill an Ember Spirit?
This Ember is going to be very difficult. I mean, the only real setup is going to be the lift from the Rubik and the Dismember from the Pudge.
Well, the lift, you know, could also get triggered by the Lincoln Sphere. So
yeah.
Everything will start with the Fight Carapace possibly. But, I mean, you'll have to be very quick to actually get a hook, get a lift, get a Dismember. You know, one to trigger, one to actually take him out. I mean, it's a lot of ifs.
Yeah, again, like you say, the Ember's always going to have the advantage in these situations. And he's not going to look to separate himself from the team either, so the team will be there to follow up. I mean, you're going for the magical build on the Ember. It's not really the split pushing sort of king build. It's you group up, you do a lot of magical damage, you set up the burst damage for your team to pretty much end these fights. So it's the Lincoln Sphere is just going to be pretty much them saying, "Oh, we got to ignore the Ember Spirit," and it's very difficult to do so due to the fact he does so much magical damage in these fights. So he starts to wane off in the later stages of this game, but I mean, that's very, very far away for Pulse. They're very far away from looking at any sort of late game itemization or even late game level on their heroes.
Yeah, it is 30 minutes in right now. The side of XTC, of course, they're just waiting it out. They do have the Aegis, so we might see them slowly but surely making a play here towards the front of Rax. It is going to be quite difficult. Timbersaw at least has managed to get one extra Bloodstone charge off after losing those initial 4, I think it was. You start off with 12.
Yeah. So I mean, high ground defense is pretty good, but I mean, one good initiation from an axe and your whole high ground defense is in tatters. So I think you can already see they've already put these sentry wards just for that, in case that they try and get some vision for that they can instantly get rid of it. Which is
look at the
vital
range on the Impale on the next assassin quickly.
Oh yeah, it's tremendous. Well, especially in Burrow, it's huge. Very, very big. So, but I mean, again, he too is good at the high ground rage boss. So I mean, maybe he can buy some time for his team, but again, the Juggernaut needs a lot more. I mean, he's in trouble in the top lane here, and he's dead.
Once again, it's actually going to be quite interesting after this game to have a look at the post-game screen to see how many times this Ember Spirit has actually killed the Juggernaut. It's been quite a few, to be honest.
Yeah, he's. I mean. DDP? Yeah, DDD. That's he's using.
Oh, there's a smoke right in front of everyone. Not quite sure what that smoke was about. And Hook coming through, unfortunately not hitting onto anyone. Another high ground siege is actually happening. Timbersaw's trying to do what he can. Of course, trying to make sure that the Blink Dagger on the axe is actually not there. Neither want to go into the Slog. Slog does use his Dark Track. And the 21 going in onto the punch. The dunk is there from the axe. But here we see a lot of those coming through. It is going to be Timbersaw getting another kill. And Nick's assassin still sitting there. Does have his spike character. Does, of course, manage to get a couple of them down. The axe might be in a bit of trouble right now. Unfortunately, it's 3 kills down for the side of Pulse. And it's literally just this Timbersaw. And Timbersaw might actually drop from this one. Double kill coming for Dota and Die. I mean, that was literally the dream defense that they had going there. But the Juggernaut just wasn't there, of course. He did not have his Omni Slash either. I honestly think if that was a full 5 versus 5 matchup, it might have gone a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think Rage bossed that superbly. I just think there was no real way for his team to deal with it. They realized now how far they are actually behind. And Rage boss played extremely well there going on to back now.
Oh, another hook coming through, but the remnants ran out.
Yeah, very difficult characters to bring down. Rage boss is pretty much the high ground defense now for them. And again, it seems very dire. Smack has lost a lot of charges here in that fight. Now sitting in the second hand. Got Blade Mail, which is okay. Slock's not going to care about your Blade Mail. Axe either. I think the Ember's the only real person that might be a bit concerned, but he too's building up a decent kind of stats, almost at 2k HP. So I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna make.
Oh, Nick's Tyson actually counted out right now. Another disruption coming through. Is the hook gonna be? No, it's gonna be Slug turning around, going in onto the pudge right now. Members there, but gets dog packed on instantly. And this Nick's Assassin, there's the dust up, and well, he does manage to get the burrow off, but the blink call is there. A will get this. Well, yeah, there you go. They will manage to actually get the kill on him. And it's looking very grim for the side of Pulse.
Yeah, grim. That's saying it quite lightly. That's a Scotty up now on the Slug Dota and Die. He is, and as well as the Basher that's going to be flying out. He is comfortably ahead at the stage of the game. He's not going to be too deterred by much, including that of the Blade Mail on at the stage. So his high ground defense is very, very different. Fortunately, there's no creep near the base. So oh, actually, bot lane was pushed out here by DDD. So he gets some chip damage done here.
Aghanim has to be careful. He's been solid now quite a few times. But middle lane, there's another Blink Dagger coming. Blink Dagger core coming in here. Timberstone might be in a lot of trouble towards the backline. And Die did get, was no dismembered up, but he did actually use his ulti. And no, yet Aghanim, he wants to go, of course, does have his ultimate. But once again, Dota and Die being the one that's hooked off with the Shadow Dance or the Dog Packs, just keeping him alive. He's been extremely quick on those Dog Packs, and it's been saving his life because he's been the one that's been hooked the whole time.
Yeah, that just...
Oh, hook straight in onto the Ember Spirit. So that is actually a TP. Well, his TP was being used, but he did, of course, have a Remnant out. But that's actually going to be the call to retreat. I mean, I think if Ember Spirit managed to get all the way to base and then Remnant back in, they would have continued on the siege. But after that, nope, let's just call the retreat and start pushing again.
Well, it's a common mistake a lot of people do, overextend, especially once you got the melee racks down. There's no real need to be fighting in that lane anymore, especially if the odds are not looking good in your favor. You get the melee racks down, that lane is pretty much in jeopardy for you. So, I mean, it was definitely the right decision there for them to back out. And again, it seems like XTC, they just seem very well rehearsed in the games that I've watched them play. I know they did take a fall to XD, but XD definitely one of the top sides in this competition for top lane.
Yep.
It did. They're dagging them. Once again, trying to split push. This is another problem actually I wanted to point out. This Juggernaut's going to have a tough time. You often see a Juggernaut go into lane, push it out, TP, spin TP out, but they have something like the Axe. They now have Basher. The Ember Spirit's caught him out so many times before he can even get that off. It's Aghanim's had just a horrible time trying to get around this map and split push and find farm.
Well, bottom lane though, we might actually see that's RidditZ courier died. But we are actually going to see an engagement here onto the Shadow Demon, but the Ember Spirit's coming out. He does get hooked up. Just quickly trying to focus on here who's actually going to die. It is going to be the Shadow Demon, the first one to drop. Now they do manage to get raised with a lot of creeps. That heal bomb coming through, and GG, well played coming in from the side of Rage Boss. That's 4 heroes down. Actually missed most of those. I mean, the side of XTC looking extremely strong.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to be a dominant force in this Masters. They just, again, I say they seem very well rehearsed. They seem like they've been bringing a lot of practice under the belt. I haven't really seen them too much in pubs or anything like that, but maybe just getting some scrims, maybe playing some EU rank together. This can all make a very big difference to a team, and XTC definitely looking to be a very, very dominant side in this Masters. I mean, they had a tough season last season. This season, they're looking to be a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, a much better composure, better calls being made by the team. It seems like they've started to gel very well. Well, let's see if Pulse can bring it back and force this to game number 1, 7-32, going in favor of Pulse. For those of you guys listening in game as well as on stream, I'm RidditZ. Joining me was Scarpy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for game number 2.
taking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Contest the waters, oh, it's hard. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch our bodies dance. Happiness, this is where we stay.
And welcome back to game number 2 between Pulse Gaming and XTC. What a game one we had. XTC completely dominating Pulse. Looking forward to see if Pulse can actually come back and force this to a game 3. For those of you that don't know, I'm RidditZ. Joining me as Scarpy. This, of course, is the Telkom Dota 2 Masters League. The top 10 teams in South Africa, fighting it out for millions of rands in prize money and prizes across the board between Counter-Strike and Dota. So a massive tournament throughout the year. Scarpy, what did you think of game number 1?
Well, I mean, I said it post-draft when you asked me which team I favored to win. XTC, their draft seemed good. It seemed composed. They had a plan. And Pulse, they sort of reactively drafted. And I mean, I'm always going to back the side that goes in with a set plan and comes and can execute. And XTC just did a great job.
Yeah.
I think Pulse definitely got a lot of work to do with both the draft as well as pretty much shot calling. I feel like that's going to be the most detrimental thing for them in this second game.
Yeah, but I mean, having a look at some of the names inside of Pulse, Rage Boss, Smacker, both of those two have played for the top teams in the country before. Doppler as well. Aghanim, a up-and-comer that everyone was talking about quite a bit last year, if I'm not mistaken. Forehead, I'm not quite sure what's his real name. Who's Forehead though?
Oh, jeez.
Reserve
I
time.
can't check it even. I'll see if I can get you that
Blue,
information.
isn't
as
it
soon as
Blue
possible.
Cats or something?
Blue Cat, yes, of course, Blue Cat.
Yeah, I mean, he's also, I mean, he hasn't really played for the top team, but he's also a very well-known player. But like a lot of the guys from Pulse have played for like the top level teams in South Africa. Like I'm talking about the top 2
10
teams.
seconds to go.
Then XTC, you see a lot of players that have been around the scene, but never really been in that top spot. Doom Bunny, Scarnet, Dota and Die. I mean, they are really consistent players. They're always up there, but they've never been at that top. So one would think just with the
10
names from
seconds to
Pulse,
go.
because they've been at that top level, they know how to play there. They
5
should know how to
seconds.
keep, how to stay composed. One should think that Pulse will be the more reserved side, the more, like I've said, composed side, the more consistent side. But XTC just, outplaying them, not just with individual plays, but with the team composition, with their engagements, with their disengagements. XTC
10
played
seconds to go.
phenomenally.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. They also
5
definitely have
seconds.
some big names. XTC, I mean, Dota and Die and Doom Bunny, I had the privilege of crossing them at a
Reserve
tournament
time.
last year. And one of the things that you pick up from these guys, they had a really tough time in that tournament. I don't think they did very well, but they had so much determination. They didn't let anything bother them. They just kept on learning each endeavor.
Hungry.
Yeah, exactly. And you look at these players, and I'm almost certain that they put a lot of practice in before the season.
10
They
seconds
put a
to
lot of
go.
time together speaking about potential pass, potential
5 seconds.
sort of timings, what this new patch holds, and that they can take advantage. And a lot of people
Dyer's
must
pick.
not underestimate determination. Determination can get you places, and XTC definitely showing that. And I mean, you point out Pulse have got some like very well-known names, but we look at the skill in XTC, they have very, very high-skilled players. I mean, Doom
Yes.
Bunny, Dota and Die have been around for a while. Scarnet, he too is extremely good. DDP, I haven't seen him too much in the mid lane, but I mean, he's done a great job.
Isn't that Fady with all the Chinese characters?
Yes.
But I mean,
10
we've now
seconds to
spoken quite a
go.
bit about the players themselves. Quickly, give us a quick rundown of
5
the
seconds.
draft and the bans and what is different this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first phase ban's pretty much exactly the same besides the
Reserve
Shadow
time.
Demons. I'm not coming through. Ember Spirit first picked up by Pulse. I feel a little bit questionable about it going for it so early on, but clearly they have a set plan. They did run it in their previous game against WRG. It was to no real avail, but see this time if they do maybe have some sort of set goal. Disrupt the Luna was the counter picks. XTC, pretty strong hero. Luna still very good in the meta. Comes online, it spikes at the right time, still has that late game presence, as well as the Weaver. Weaver, very strong. One of the heroes that a lot of teams are first banning, and XTC, I think they've picked up very, very clutch heroes. The Darkseer as well as the Spirit Breaker, pretty good combination in lane, potential dual lane there. And however, I mean, XTC, again, I just feel that their draft seems pretty solid right now off the bats. I mean, Disruptor is already a pretty good hero up against the Spirit
Dyer's
Breaker, so
pick.
they're not going to look for reactive Dota right now. They're going to just draft the way that they came in here intending to.
Yeah, and Omni Knight being picked up. I did mention, are we going to see an Omni Knight in the previous game? But this time it's picked up for XTC, giving
10
that
seconds to
Weaver
go.
and that Luna a lot of. I mean, the Weaver heal bomb was coming through early
5
game.
seconds.
The Luna just being protected up by that early BKB and the repel, which will allow Luna to actually go more
Reserve
aggressive, get a
time.
helm up, go for Manta style, possibly go for another item and then BKB, or maybe only BKB then. Instead of forcing a Luna into early BKB when she does not have the damage to actually contend. Especially up against the likes of a Darkseer and a Spirit Breaker, which are tanky heroes just by default. So I really like that Omni Knight pickup
Radiant's
extremely.
ban.
I think the Omni Knight pickup is a little bit of a reactive pick here. They realize that there's going to be this extremely strong dual lane, almost like the Darkseer Slaughter, but this time the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, because Slaughter was banned out. it's very difficult to deal with.
10
But you got
seconds to
burst
go.
heal as well as burst damage from the Omni Knight, which can really turn that lane around. So
5 seconds.
I mean, XTC they've got the answer to these issues, which seems pretty good.
Reserve
Again, but
time.
Pulse, I mean, that dual lane still is very scary. Omni Knight can maybe
Dyer's ban.
turn it around, but I mean, Iron Shell is just so strong early game, and Luna doesn't exactly have the biggest HP pool at that time of the game. Neither does a Disruptor, in fact.
Well, looking at the last
10
bans out
seconds to
here, the
go.
Lifestealer being banned out as well.
Dyer's pick.
It is the Lifestealer as well as the Ursa. I mean, both of them fill very similar roles. Solo targeting certain heroes. I do like the Lifestealer ban out here with the Spirit Breaker. The Ursa ban, why do you see an Ursa ban when they already had the likes of the Luna
10
and the Weaver?
seconds
Don't you
to
think
go.
that might be a bit too greedy?
Oh, Ursa mid just ruins
5
Ember Spirit's
seconds.
life. It's just very, very good up against him in the early stages. And then they obviously won't play
Reserve
that
time.
position 1 Ursa, pretty much position 2, but it also gives them that option of going very early on into the Roche. But I think that's a very good ban from us. It's going to deal with a lot of flaws in their draft. And I think it's very, very sensible. The Lifestealer,
Radiant's pick.
yeah, I mean, it's very scary with the Spirit Breaker. It's an old classic.
Spirit Breaker as well as an Ember Spirit, because with the Slide of Chains as well as the Remnant Burst that can come through as soon as you cast 2 Remnants, Lifestealer pops out of you as well when you go in. It's a lot of burst, but a Legion Commander being picked up by XTC and a Terrorblade. I mean, this is quite dangerous. If Legion Commander deals a Terrorblade and does not kill him, the Terrorblade is literally at that point just going to use his ultimate. Terrorblade can also do the exact same thing when the Legion Commander is ulting someone else, is just to give them full HP and actually manage to get out of that one, forcing them to actually kill the Legion. So considering the Witch Doctors there as well, with the Maledict that will also proc the ultimate, the Darkseer, the Spirit Breaker, this is going to be a difficult Legion Commander
10
game.
seconds to go.
Yeah, but I mean, we look at the way a lot of people are playing the Legion
5
Commander.
seconds.
Like in pubs, a lot of people just want to get stacks of damage, but the Legion Commander is really just a very hard lockdown. Everyone you're up against, and then your team can just follow up and do whatever damage. You make a good point there that the Sunday could be a bit of an issue there, but I mean,
Get ready.
more than likely once they're going to look for DDD to really look for some good duels, the team's going to be grouping up. So that would leave the Terrorblade a little bit vulnerable to being picked off on the backlines, and even if they don't get a successful duel, they bring down the position 1. So
I mean, I've even seen Legion Commanders being run as a position 4, not in this game, but I have seen that happen just purely because of the facts of the heal as well as the duel, the lockdown that it can actually provide. But let me quickly take everyone through the side here of Pulse. It is going to be Aghanim playing the Terrorblade here towards the top lane, Forehead on the Witch Doctor, Doppler on the Spirit Breaker. Nice, there's a 2-minute pause. We can actually go through everything. Smacker running mid on this Ember Spirit. Quite a nice set he has going on here. Sort of like a Mr. Miyagi Ember Spirit set.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
actually,
new
he's win.
sets and the treasure, yeah, really
Yeah.
nice.
And then last but not least, Rage Boss, i.e. aka LOL Boss, on the Dark admire us anymore. Don't admire us. We're too shy. We're a bunch of software developers that sit in a room, and if you tap the glass, we all get a fright.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. I want to touch on this. The Doppler is already here in the top lane, and it's the off lane Omni Knight who's maybe gonna be under a bit of pressure here. They got decent chain lockdown. So
I was actually
maybe
about to
this will
say,
be
do you
quite
go for that orbital Spirit Breaker to just harass out Sconnet? And it seems like he's actually gone for that. There's the charge coming through. It is only a level 1 paralyzing cost, so there's no Maledict or anything coming through. I actually would have thought that they should have gone for level in Maledict, especially since the Terrorblade's gone for Metamorphosis. You have that lockdown coming through from the semi-lockdown coming through from the Spirit Breaker. Getting that Maledict off with that Terrorblade, I think that would have been a definite kill.
Yeah, I think a tad more patience could have even potentially got themselves that kill. The Coconut came out a little bit too early. There was still a couple extra creep around. Just slightly more patient. Like, this opportunity would have been great for them, but they don't really
Yeah, I
have
mean that's the thing. You have to be on this side of the creeps. Like standing over here when you engage, so that Coconut bounces this way. And if the Omni Knight is a little bit closer to the rest of the creeps, you won't really get him. So you need to catch the Omni Knight on the retreat, which is sort of difficult because you don't always want to catch a hero on a retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Skynet, I still think he's gonna have a tough time once level 3 does get hit by the Swiss Shock, even potentially 2 with Melodic. But I mean, it leaves the Darkseer so vulnerable. I mean, look at the pressure that they are instilling onto him. Yeah, they're diving so deep to make Rage Boss's life an absolute misery there.
Now, I really, to be honest, I like this 4-position Weaver balls that all Sconnet so close. This 4-position Weaver that everyone's been going lately, it just gives you a lot of, it's sort of like a bounty hunter, like a Ricky, gives you a lot of mobility, gives you a lot of vision, but it does a little bit more, in my opinion, especially the swarm levels that actually come up.
I mean, the Swarm is just amazing, and I mean, it was introduced by probably one of my favorite pro players. I mean, literally, he plays this like an absolute beast, and it's so difficult to lane up against it. It's a hero that you struggle to trade with. He's always gonna beat you in the trade. Oh, lane, DDD takes a decent damage, but again, it's very difficult to put down DDD in the lane. I think he's going to not have too much of a problem farming here. He's doing extremely well, in fact.
Well, I asked you this previously as well. Looking at the draft only, not the players, just the drafts. Which lineup do you prefer?
Again, I feel like XTC, I like their drop a lot more here. I think they have a lot of good answers as well as a goal again. They know where their spikes are going to be. It just seems like this team is very oriented about dealing with the mid game, which we saw in the previous match. I mean, I think Rage Boss is going to do well in lane, but is it going to be enough to slow down the turnaround that XTC are looking
Rage Boss is sitting on level 1 versus a level 4 Scarnet.
I mean, he's
and
getting
well,
CS.
hold on quickly. We do see a charge coming in onto the middle lane. DDD, unfortunately, does manage to back off. They're sitting just a little bit too far up, and that's going to be okay for him right now. Rage Boss is going to hit his level 2. After this creep wave, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he's so far behind.
Scarnet's being engaged upon right now. There's no level in Maledict at all, but he does, of course, manage to use his repel on himself, but it's not going to be an... Oh, there's the heal. One hit, and it is first blood. Bagging him. So, a much-needed good start for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, Terrorblade is definitely the scariest hero on that side. If he gets off to a good start, this lane goes poorly. And I think is one of the weaknesses in the draft of XTC. They don't really have something to put pressure onto the Terrorblade like they did in the previous game.
Oh, I love Doom Buddy. Sorry, Doom Buddy's literally running, grabbing the top ruin, grabbing his ruin, grabbing the ruins, grabbing... He's just running around, grabbing ruins everywhere, but hold on quickly. Scarnet might be in a lot of trouble right now. Does get Buddy blocked up. There's a Doppler stun coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Scarnet is actually going to make it out alive. He's running straight back in. He has to be very careful because there's no extra charge coming up here by the Spirit Breaker. He, of course, does get salved up, but not clarityed up. So he should be okay. Mid lane is okay as well. And bottom lane, it is going to be a kill, but don't die. And let's just actually get that, but there might be a turnaround kill here by the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor does manage to actually get and pick up the Disruptor. Very close there for Rage Boss to actually get a double kill. And I mean, this is like the old school Rage Boss that we've seen in years past, where he's like Donnie, he'll play extremely aggressive, even when he's behind, and somehow he still manages to make plays. Extremely close.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I always feel like Rage Boss is going to do okay in his lane. He's now got some support rotating in, which is very fair, I think. Necessary. Realize the Weaver's going to go babysit Omni a bit, and this is going to leave Aghanim now in a bit of a caught position.
Witch Doctor, give me a... just hold on. Witch Doctor might actually drop from this. Yeah, it is going to be the Disruptor getting that kill now. Comparing South African local players to international players, I see Donnie like an Ice-esque hero. I see RDK like a Burning-esque hero. And then I see Rage Boss as an ROTK-esque player. Sometimes making amazing plays and sometimes just jumping in and feeding. But I love him for that.
Yeah.
It's always entertaining.
Yeah, that's actually quite a fair assumption there. But Rage Boss forced back into the jungle here. Really a position you want to be in. That means there's going to be no pressure onto a Luna, which is, again, probably one of the most scary heroes in the match. So, really problematic again.
And this does leave up the other lanes to actually start rotating, or it gives the Disruptor time to actually get his level 6, farm up in the jungle if he needs to, move to mid. He does have enough for his boots if he wants to actually pick that up, so it's just going to give XTC a lot more to play around with.
Yeah.
But playing Doom Bunny, I mean, he's only level 3, keep that in mind. But he's causing so much chaos for the side of Pulse. He's causing so many rotations, so many movements. They actually try and focus him the whole time. He's just constantly harassing out, and I like to see that in a level 4 support.
Yeah, absolutely. This is he's just very evasive. They don't really have too many answers for him yet. Even if you do have Dust, he's pretty quick. Sentries are just not good enough at this stage, so rotation towards the bot lane and look for something on Doppler.
Doom Bunny is actually going to scout out Doppler. Will there be a glimpse coming through? There will not! Oh, they can't actually see him! It's just too late! And unfortunately, Doom Bunny choosing... That is the big thing about this little place over here, because there's so many places you can juke around. And just choosing the wrong one... Beta, the Disruptor couldn't actually get the glimpse off. I'm quite surprised Disruptor just didn't put down a kinetic field to scout him out.
Got a lot more careful what you draw on the floor here. But
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
no, I'm just joking. It
What
had
was I drawing?
A resemblance of something.
Of a reproductive organ.
Yeah. But
I literally drew an 8 and a line.
yeah, there we go.
I didn't complete it.
It's I suppose the immature part of me, but yeah, these tree lines, the juke spots are just so, there's just so many now. It's very, very difficult to deal with that, so a bit unfortunate, just taking the wrong option, not finding that glimpse. But again, they just showing that they're in a pretty decent spot. I mean, look at the Legion's farm, look at his CS in comparison to that of them. He has got a tremendous margin
Well,
lead.
1,000 net worth over the Ember, 3,900 versus 2,900 up here on the middle lane. So this Legion's not really focusing on the duel, on the roaming, on the ganking. He's actually focusing here on the farming. And that's the thing, when you're so used to playing a Legion where you have to rely on those duels. If you actually get a good start without having to rely on them, they just become so much more effective. Every single duel victory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Disruptor's being charged on right now. There's no level 6 up on the Spirit Breaker. Will they actually be able to get the kill? Rage Boss is diving deep. He does, of course, have an Iron Shell. Will he actually be able to get this kill? There's the duel, the first duel win coming through, but Rage Boss does. He gets glimpsed all the way back, but that might actually help him out. No, it does not. The heal bomb coming through here from Scarnet. That is a 2-for-1 trade-off. They only managed to get the Disruptor, and it is the Spirit Breaker as well as Rage Boss once again dying. I mean, this is now, he is setting on 1 and 2, but I mean, I think it might still be worth it for the Doctor. He did manage to get the kill, and they need every single point that they can get in this early game.
Yeah, but that's also
It's also a dual
for
victory.
DDD. Yeah, so
True.
that's really big for them. So good rotation for DDD, and he didn't lose out on farm in that time. The only real issue is Aghanim. He's farming up a bit of a storm here, but I mean, Is it enough? He's glimpsed back. He's in a lot of trouble, actually. He should die. I don't imagine him surviving. Gets into the ulti, the disruptor. Very, very good play coming out there from Betty. And yeah, that's one of those things. There's just so much potential for that Terrorblade to be put down in the early stages. He just doesn't have the HP to survive, especially if he does get silenced up like that. So very well played there.
Yeah, maybe needs to try and stick up on those magic wand charges and wait a little bit more. However, it was quite close. It was quite close. He did drop. Are we going to see an engagement here? Is there going to be a duel coming through? No, it's actually just going to be the Spirit Breaker. And will he get a rage for the duel? It's so close. No, but once again, Rage Boss coming to the rescue there, getting that surge off, and Rage Boss might actually die from this. Yep, I think Rage Boss is going to go down, and this might actually be another duel victory.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. I don't think it was worth it to try and save the Spirit Breaker there, but
Definitely
maybe
not.
hoping he could juke his way around the tree lines, but there were 3 heroes chasing it. I think it was a very, very optimistic
Yeah,
approach
you
he
can
took.
literally cover every single entry point and exit point, and then you're trapped right there.
Yeah. And with a long lockdown like a Legion Commander has, you can't really surge and run yourself on out, so he was just bugged. There was just no way out for him. And objective was found for them. So XTC, again, we see them just make
Oh,
successful
charge
rotations.
coming through here onto the Disruptor. He does glimpse back Doppler, but it is actually going to be Smacker coming in. That's going to be a kill. However, he was trapped up, but this is actually going to be a top tier 1 tower in exchange for a bottom tier 2. And a kill. There's a TP coming in here towards the side. It is actually going to be 2 TPs. The Legion Commander going in for that omelet, and he will actually have that soon. Will they actually be able to get anything from this? Aghanim might be in a lot of trouble right now. He does use his Thunder, and it's onto the Legion Commander. The Legion Commander might actually give him some HP, and it'll be a winner for the Blade. That's going to be 10 damage towards him. And the Luna actually casting her ultimate as well, but not that to get in range. Aghanim getting a double kill. That's the power of the Thunder, and now they're going in onto the Luna. However, here does get shielded up here, repelled up by the Omni Knight, but here we go. We actually see the Witch Doctor ultimate coming through. There's the Dark here, War coming as well. It's an extremely good fight for the side of Pulse. Disruptors come in as well, trying to cast that Static Storm. Will they actually be able to get anything further from this? The Surge is there on the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit does have Searing Change if he wants to use it, but he might be in a lot of trouble right now. Does manage to Remnant out of that one, and it is going to be Disruptor dying from this, as well as the Ember Spirit. Oh my word. Can I take a quick breath and drink some water now?
What what a sequence of events, and it's still not over, as Doom Bunny is gonna go and look for a kill here onto the Witch Doctor. The Witch Doctor's got no mana. He's just dead, I imagine. There's also a Dahlia that was grabs.
Rage
not
Boss
enough.
surges. Save live.
Oh man, Rage Boss just there saving his supports all day. That's his job. Save the supports.
No, he's like, screw it, guys. I'm not doing anything except saving supports the rest of the game. It seems to be working.
Yeah, and DDD doing that disgusting strategy of when Darkseer drops wall, run through wall, farm 5 or 15 gold every time, and it's a little bit of a risk. It's 15 gold each illusion, so bit of a risk when you play Darkseer.
No, definitely. And I mean, considering that Ember Spirits is dead, you know, of course, that the Witch Doctors are no HP, the Darkseers are no HP. He can just constantly do that, and you know, there's no risk of reprisal for him to actually farm that up. But that wall was very well placed, did manage to control the heroes up, and looking at the fight recap there, that's actually a 5-for-3 trade-off. Pulse only losing 3 heroes, XTC losing 5. That is how long the team fight went. 2,000 gold exchange, 2,500, you know? Yeah, only 2,000 in favor of
it was,
Pulse.
I feel like it was a very big misplay from Third and I though. He threw his ulti with no real setup. He was far away from everyone. He made the wrong decision. He went the wrong way.
I actually like that ulti, but the problem is he moved up and then he started moving down.
Yeah.
He
made the wrong decision initially, and then he just sort of was waning between these 2 options, and they were just both now. No way that it was going to do damage.
I mean, you can clearly see that. You know, when you have that indecision, do I do this? Do I do that? It is just that click up, click down, click up, where your hero actually turns around and moves. Just puts you extremely far behind. And even if it's a split seconds worth of hesitation, It can cost an entire team fight. They are busy pushing up here the top tier 2 racks at this point. Middle lane, they're pushing here the middle tier 1. Once again, a tier 1 for tier 2 exchange. Now they want to go in onto the Legion Commander. The Legion Commander, unfortunately, is getting stunned up. The ultimate has been dropped here by the Disruptor. They won't actually get the kill here. The Legion Commander will actually be able to do anything further from this. The Disruptor does die, and they are not going to get anything after that. They did, however, manage to get a cheat tower on the top lane, and it seems like they still want to continue on pushing. And the side of Pulse, they're just like, screw it. I mean, you won't really be able to take a high ground just yet. We're going to stay here towards the middle lane and hope we get an extra pick off.
Yeah. It's still pretty good for XTC. They found some objectives, but I mean, Terrorblade is slowly becoming more and more of a scary hero to deal with. Every time he has Metamorphosis up, these fights look very, very bleak. And
look at the
Magnum just
network.
plays well. He can just time himself, introducing himself to these fights, and it can be a big problem for XTC later on.
And I have to point out, doing very well, sitting now just under 8,000 net worth, the Terrorblade. They're on 7,500, and then that's followed up by, of course, 6,800 here onto this Legion Commander, and then 6,100 on the Ember Spirit. So Ember Spirit's caught up significantly. But Dota and Die is going to be a big problem soon. I mean, he does have a Dragon Lance up, is going towards that Mantis style, and with the likes of Omni Knight being behind him, as well as the extra range that the Luna has now with the Dragon Lance, this Luna's going to be a big problem, and they don't have tier 2s left. This Luna will be able, I'm assuming she has her Mantis style up, she'll be able to start pressuring high ground.
You know what's also going to be a really big problem is once this Weaver gets those Ags up, he's more than halfway through that.
Ooh.
That Aghanim is going to be very big. That means if a deal goes wrong, he can quickly switch that up. You want to sunder someone, we'll take our HP back, thank you. So this is really
I
good
didn't even
to
think
do,
of that. That's a massive pickup.
Yeah, it's pretty much the position for Weaver build these days. And
Oh, Dota might be in a lot of trouble right now. They're actually casting everything onto him and the kitchen sink. The walls be cast. The witch doctor is saying, look at him go. But that is Scarnet right there. He actually does manage to use his ultimate, of course. That stops physical damage. Luna is actually left out on her life. She does cast her ultimate to make sure that she gets out of that, but she's already sitting on half HP. She'll be able to shrine and chill if she wants to, and that's exactly what she's going to do. It just did not have the burst, and that was with 2 ultis being thrown, everything being thrown on, well, at her, and the kitchen sink wasn't enough. The kitchen sink cracked.
yeah, but it's gonna be now DDD who's in a bit of a pickle here. Good link. He's fine. No problem.
Ooh, Doom Bunny might be in a bit of trouble right now. He is alone here against a lot of the enemy heroes. There's, of course, Spirit Breaker. They're sort of ignoring him, and meanwhile towards the back, this might be actually very problematic. Oh no, Legion Commander, she actually does the win up onto the Ember Spirit, but extremely, extremely close. And she does die eventually. Forehead is gonna be alive after that one. Wait, yeah, she's gonna be alive. So top lane though is busy. Well, it's being pushed in by Aghanim. Look at that tower. That tower's down.
Yeah, Aghanim's doing major work on the top lane. I was watching him the whole time here. He just realized, okay, my team's fighting. We might lose fight, but let's get some sort of an advantage, and he did a great job there. No quick enough rotations coming through, and oh, does he escape? Oh, that would have been big if they caught him out there. It's unfortunate for them.
He's dropped using the kinetic field just to scout that out and make sure. I mean, having this exposed top racks does actually give the side of Pulse a significant, not advantage, but a comeback chance. They could constantly push out this top wave with Boots of Travel possibly coming in. Oh wait, Darkseer is being up, and that could be another victory for Legion Commander, sitting on 40 dual damage, 1 at this point.
Yeah, if we look over at the net worths, I mean, it's telling a little bit of a tale here. That XTC are maybe slipping up here and there, and I think Aghanim has just been playing very well. He's really taken opportunities wherever they are. Every time he has made them up, he's just such a threat to them, and team's creating a lot of space for him. So XTC maybe just have to rethink their approach to this game a little bit here, and hopefully they can call these kind of shots on the point. This will be very interesting to see how they plan to deal with it.
Well, they're busy charging up. DDD right now. DDD might be a bit of trouble. Unfortunately, the Spirit Breaker is in a lot of trouble right now, trying to actually get in there all the way towards Scarlet. Scarlet, of course, does not have his ultimate up just yet, but he does manage to shield himself up on the Witch Doctor, casting his or her, its ultimate coming through right there. Dota and Die coming in as well, getting the Eclipse, getting it onto quite a few heroes. It is going to be the Terrorblade that is actually the first one to fall. Dota and Die might be in quite a bit of trouble with it. There. Oh, so low HP, and there's the Searing Chains coming through, managing to get a double kill for Smacker. Doppler manages to get out of this one alive, and the Legion Commander is actually still there. Not quite sure why. Oh, there you go. Doppler managing. How did he die?
He toggled off, man. He had an Urn Charge on him and he toggled
Urn
off.
Charge and probably Orb of Venom, and he toggled.
Yeah.
No.
It's a bit of an error there.
That's a streak as well.
Yeah. 5-4-2 exchange. That is huge. This is starting to look like the tides are turning. And I mean,
And keep in
Smacker-
mind, they burst the Terrorblade. Terrorblade was down
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah. It's just Smacker played very well in that team fight.
Oh,
and,
yes.
His supports just were on point. It seems like they also have definitely had a little bit of an awakening here, and they're coming back with some sort of vengeance in later parts of this game. So XTC again, they got to look for a new approach here. They not really dealing with these team fights the way that they should. They managed to bring the Terrorblade down, but they got to try and deal with this Ember.
Yep. And I mean, this Luna really needs that Matter style up. I mean, keep in mind, guys, it's only 20 minutes into this game. This game feels like it's been on for 40 already.
Yeah, I mean, with these massive swings, look at the net width. It's just going spiking. This is the Himalayas, man. And oh, Smacker can look for a freshman. Oh, they jump on the backlines. What a play!
Well, I actually did not see that, but there you go. We do see that. The duel is there onto Smacker right now, but Smacker is still not up. Legion Commander is actually going to be the first one to fall. That is going to be the Omni Knight. After that, Omni Knight did not get a chance to use the Guardian Angel. Insane plays coming through from their side, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. Smacker managed to survive that, and without any kind of Guardian's Grief to actually help him out, he actually gets popped instantly. I did not even see what happened there.
That's... that fight should have gone far better, I feel, for XTC. They just sort of... I feel maybe the Legion Commander jumped in a little bit too early, but no one was really there besides the Omni Knight to help out. It just seemed like, oh, they're all coming, we better back ourselves on out. So, very unfortunate there for them. But yeah, again, Smacker surviving through a duel. I think he didn't get the duel victory, but
No, he didn't.
man, that was a terrible fight. Big game for XTC.
Oh, Rage Boss is in quite a bit of trouble right now. He
Oh.
gets glimpsed all the way back. He is instantly popped. Well, can you say space created while they're pushing tier 2 bots or not? No, they don't get the bot. So, sorry, Rage Boss. That's an RD, not an RDK, ROTK move right.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate one for it. I mean, a small victory for XTC at this stage. If they can bring down this Roshan, it could be very big for them. There is no sort of reaction yet from Pulse. And if they can have this on hand, this could maybe be another turn in the tides. Maybe on the Luna.
Possibly. She does have her Manta stop right now. So, do we see her going for the likes of, or actually completing with the Dragon Lance, completing the, what's it called? Hurricane Pike?
Hurricane Pike.
Hurricane Pike, in my opinion, on a Luna is, if you actually have vision, is insane because of your short range and the high dash that you do with the glaives. Or do we see her going for something like Lincoln Sphere, it seems like? So Lincoln Sphere instead of BKB, what do you think of that? Mainly because of the Terrorblade Sunder?
Yeah, that's actually a tough one to answer. I mean, charge as well as
It's
Nether
literally
Strike.
Charge,
really
Nether
turning?
Strike, the stun from the Witch Doctor, and Sunder from the Terrorblade. But then I would rather go for a BKB because that protects you more against the likes of the Dogs here, Iron Shell, the Ember Spirits. It's actually a difficult one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Sunder does pierce magic immunity, of course, so
Yes. Nether Strike as well.
yeah, Lincoln Sphere is just better in those regards, and I suppose he has been controlled up by the Spirit Breaker quite a lot, where the Spirit Breaker actually deals with the positioning of the Luna, so maybe it makes some sense.
True,
The
plus,
stats
I mean,
always good.
you do have the repel coming through from the Omni Knight, so you're relying a lot on the Omni Knight's repel to help you out instead of going for that BKB as well. So I do get why he's going for that, yes. But instead of going for Lincoln Sphere, shouldn't you then go for something like a Scotty instead?
I would feel Butterfly into Scotty is usually what people look at, but he clearly feels that the Spirit Breaker has just been charging onto him and controlling him in the
charging from the other side of the map, keeping vision on him. I completely get that. Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's sensible. It definitely
Then,
is.
but then you should go for Lotus Orb instead. You can charge the Spirit Breaker back.
That's interesting, but it's tough to say when he's about to charge you or anything of that.
Or you go for an anti-mage with an Aghanim Scepter.
Ah, that's beautiful. the crazy item of the match for sure. The craziest change of the match. I'm just seeing some of the craziest things happen.
Well, all I have to say about what's just happened right now is LOL. Illusion being dueled up here by the Illusion Commander, as well as the Disruptor Ultimate being thrown on the Illusion.
That's very, very big.
At 60 seconds that they don't have to worry about the Disruptor ulti, they can push around the map a little bit more, and it also sort of protects them. Even though the Aegis is up on the Luna, for 60 seconds they know they probably won't be pushing as far.
That's a big... Was that the Mantis Star illusion of the Terrorblade?
I think so. It was one of the illusions. I literally caught the tail end of it. It was right
It must have been the Lincoln... I mean the Mantis Star one. So he just got his Mantis, they didn't know. They saw one that wasn't a weird color, and they went on it, and that's just disastrous.
But don't you feel that the different colors coming up on your conjure image and the likes actually give an advantage or a disadvantage? I really feel that the images should look all the same. It's the same with the not Oracle, but the what's the other Arkwarden. I keep on forgetting her name.
I don't know. I feel like it's a nerf, obviously, to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
I think Terrorblade was just so difficult to deal with. I think they wanted to make it more possible for you to single target him because he was just
because I mean
so
everyone
strong.
used to think it was a bug because it came out when the Arcana came out. That it used to look differently, and everyone always used to think it was a bug because of that. But well, here's the massive push coming through here from the Terrorblade. I mean, look at how fast he can push through towers and how much damage he can do. And he's just going to continue on pushing. Meanwhile, towards the bottom lane, it is actually going to be Rage Boss. He's actually going to drop from the first. Everspear is actually going to drop as well. Aegis is popped from the loop. And there's trying to TP back here. Ace is being glyphed up right now. Aghanim does have a TP, but he's going to try and go for the trade. It's going to be Luna. Luna might be in a lot of trouble right now. She does not have her ultimate. And are they just continue on pushing towards this lane? Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they're trying to look for more kills at this point. They actually do manage to go onto the Spirit Breaker, but the Spirit Breaker manages to get a kill up. Going back, he's actually going to not drop from the... Meanwhile, looking back towards the middle lane, it's still Aghanim, and he's actually going to be able to get this. Those are TPs, but the TP cancelled. Now this is going to be Dota die. Dota dies from such low HP. Unfortunately, they don't manage to get the melee racks, and the melee racks will actually regen. However, it cost quite a few heroes, but they survived this onslaught, and they managed to push and a racks.
The sickest play ever from Blue Cat there. Two people were TPing out and he hit them both with coconuts. It was weird. They sort of TP'd in plain sight. Like they
I wondered what happened because I saw the TP coming through here and it was just cancelled.
Yeah, it was. I think he cancelled 3, if I'm not mistaken. It was. I don't know what happened to XTC there. They pure panic and they just quickly pressed TPs. They realized Terrorblade was going to destroy their base, which he did. And Blue Cat just had the easiest coconut of his life. They were just standing still for him. So, just such, I don't know, XTC just making errors here, unfortunately. And, yeah, the side of Pulse will be happy with that.
Yep, and I mean, they did manage to get a couple of kills here. Getting a kill up onto Rage Boss quite early on, but Rage Boss did enough to set them up to keep them here because they've already committed everything. And it did give Aghanim enough time. I mean, that is literally what you call space created. Even though it's in your base, you still do enough to keep them there, to force them to overextend so that they have to continue to fight. Because if you get caught out here, towards this side. They just back off and then they TP straight away as soon as the split push comes in. But if you can manage to bring them back into base somehow, I don't know, what happened there, but bring them back in, force the wall down, force the vacuum, force everything, and force the fight. They are already, extended and overextended, which allows. Oh, let's quickly have a look here. Doppler, is he going to be engaged upon? DDD might. No, it's just going to be a swing change.
Oh, Aghanim's just gonna get kills.
Well, this is going to be DDD right now. He's in a lot of trouble. There's the Maledict coming through, and DDD is dead. Meanwhile, Aghanim, you did state that he managed to get a couple of kills through towards the bottom side, and DDD on this Legion Command still alive for some reason. Did manage to get the kill eventually onto the Spirit Breaker, but that's a 4-1 trade-off. And remember the other heroes picked up? They were all picked up here.
Yeah, that was
wow.
It was really weird. They smoke got broken, they found Aghanim and started casting spells, and they realized, wait, our team is running somewhere else. And Aghanim just metamorphosed and destroyed them. They're two squishy, well, one support and one offlaner, but I mean, Omninar's pretty much just a support here at this stage.
I mean, he has a Skadi up right now if you want to. I'm quite surprised he's not putting his ultimate orb into his stash, while he's pushing, but with his metamorphosis down, I mean, it does force a buyback as well. They're just gonna retreat out a little bit. All of a sudden, this is looking like Pulse's game to loot. And this loot does have the Lincoln Sphere up, but it's just not doing enough. I mean, we spoke about possibly going for a butterfly instead. And I think a butterfly would have done a lot more, especially up against the likes of a blade, up against the likes of all those illusions. You need some kind of evasion.
Yeah.
Or HP, one of the two.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I feel like XTC have just sort of forgotten how to play Dota a little bit here. They've just made very, very big mistakes constantly, and
they're still engaging like they were when they were ahead around the 15 or so minute mark. Let's actually have a look at that. Yeah, around the 15 or so. It was around the 10 to 15 minute mark that they were for 10 to 17 minutes before they started losing. And they're engaging exactly in the same manner, where I do understand why they're engaging like that, because that's how you engage when you've started to snowball. You force the fight, you jump in, you try and get them to blow everything up on the Legion Commander. You've got the Omni Knight there to back him up, and then the Luna after that will come in with her ultimate, the Disruptor, etc. Never mind the Weaver moving towards the back lines. That's their plan, but they're too far behind to actually go for those kind of fights.
Absolutely. This is they're just in a very tight spot here. The Legion Commander is going for his BKB, but how much of an impact is he really having on these team fights? Omni Knight offlane, I question the pick quite often. It works occasionally, but sometimes it just has a real tough time transitioning into that mid to late game. I mean, quite a couple of teams are running.
Unless you get Axe.
Yeah. I mean, again, he struggles to transition into that mid game, and if you get a build something like Guardian Greaves, you're not going to get those Ags up in a very good time.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any farming mechanics really, besides maybe his purification, but it's still pretty slow. He's not very mobile. It's very difficult to farm on a
Witch Doctor is 700 gold. Okay, excluding the wards that he's just bought, he was 700 gold away from his Axe. I honestly think he should have told Spirit Breaker, listen, dude, you get the next couple sets once I need my Ags up.
Yeah, I mean,
I love Witch Doctor Ags. It's, in my opinion, the best hero, best Ags, except for Ultimate Ag. Debatable. But still the best Ags in the game, allowing that ultimate to go through. If you get a full duration ulti, it just feels so good to watch the entire team melt.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. Next best Ags is Gyrocop. Not gonna for.
Come on.
It's a horrible Ags. Let's be real.
That's like, I'm sorry, but Valve basically cheated them because they copied and pasted. You know the meme going around, copy and paste it, but just change a little.
Yeah.
That's literally what they did with Mirana and Gyrocopter Ag.
It's just a.
Oh, there's a blink going in straight onto the Witch Doctor right now. Witch Doctor again blown the hell up. Legion Commander getting another duel victory, a much needed one. Hasn't got a duel victory in quite some time. I can remember of, or that I can think of.
Yeah, It's okay. I mean, it's still just a Witch Doctor. It's gonna slow down his Ags, which is probably the biggest thing.
It's 18 damage.
Yeah, it's 18 damage. If he's level 25, it would have been far better, but he's a little away from that.
Plus 40 dual damage bonus. Yes, that is just one of the most ridiculous 25 talents in the game. If you win. Oh no, quickly they actually do manage to catch out Aghanim here. I mean, very well played coming through from the side of XTC, and it's a big kill.
There we go. They caught the Tinker. They can go for the push now. I mean, that's pretty much how he's been playing.
Look at Scarlet. He actually nearly died from the Terrorblade melee illusion.
Oh man, those things hit incredibly hard. He's got so much stats right now. And I mean, we were talking about ridiculous 25. Look at Terrorblade's 25. That minus 30 seconds on Sunder, which is 10-second cooldown on Sunder.
Oh my word. I mean, some heroes have really got ridiculous 25 talent trees, and other heroes have got average. But we actually see RidditZ going in right now, casting his ultimate as back wall coming through as well. And this, I'm quite surprised why the Terrorblade actually bought back from that, because they saw the entire team backing out, but they are going to try and get a extra pickup. Are we going to see anything? The Disruptor? Oh! They do not get anything. Very surprised the Terrorblade bought back as soon as everyone started running away after RidditZ jumped in. And I would honestly expect RidditZ to do something like that to push them away, and if they force the fight onto the wall, then you back on the Terrorblade.
Yeah, this is more of the ecstasy that we've been seeing in game 1, as well as in the previous games that I saw. I feel like someone just went there, slapped everyone in the face, pick up, and they did a great job. They called out Aghanim, they forced the buyback on Aghanim. This is do or die time now for Pulse. They kind of don't have buyback on Aghanim. If they catch him out once again, this just could be the end of the game.
Well, Rosh is up.
Yeah, so
Are we gonna...
very overzealous of them. They're just pushing out bot lane. They want to go for cracks. You're right. They could just go get that Aegis.
I mean,
they do have good control of the map.
If you have a look at the net worth, it was 7,500 in favor of Pulse. Now it's back down to around 3.5. So this game is just going from, you know, heads to tails, back to heads again. And the side of Pulse, quite surprisingly, are still in this bottom lane. Instead of trying to push out middle, push out top. Mid, of course, will push in naturally because of the range creeps that aren't there. However, Aegis is there, and I'm surprised that they haven't gone to try to scout it out yet. Darkshire is busy running towards the middle lane. You might actually see it. The charge is there as well, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll move in towards Rosh right now. There you go.
Yeah, this is definitely the right play, but very, very aware of this is ecstasy.
No.
So, well,
Pings are there.
Pinging it as well. If they snag this up on themselves, this would be big. But
this is going to be huge if the side of XTC actually takes this. Dota and Die manages to scout it out. He goes in, the scout there, but it's onto the Ancients. I'm not quite sure. It's going to be extremely close because, nope, they don't take down Rosh fast enough. The Invis does get picked up here by the Omni Knight. Are we actually going to see any kind of movements in? The pings are coming through. They have to move fast. Rosh is sitting already on a quarter HP. Will they be able to do this in time? They might have actually waited too long. Dead spots and he doesn't actually go in. This is Luna that he gets. Why were they just standing there waiting?
It's so weird. They scanned perfectly. Maybe they thought they were waiting for a trap and thought, okay, we catch them trying to catch us rushing sort of scenario, but didn't realize that they were inside the pit.
Yeah, because
they had vision, though. They actually had vision. That's weird. Very, very strange.
Yeah, but okay, they did walk into Rosh smoked up. So they were probably waiting there for the team to walk in. You've got the likes of RidditZ moving around this side instead of blinking in because you don't see anything. That's, you know, something's up. Because to be honest, that's what I thought he was doing, and it was the perfect timing to actually go in for that blink vac wall steal. But XTC, I mean, stealing that one from under the noses of Pulse, put them literally right back into this game. Net 2,500 is literally nothing.
Oh, this is a potential kill here on top. Don't imagine he survives this one. Aghanim was actually coming to turn this one around. Thought about the Sunder and then realized, okay, wait, maybe not. Cheers, boys.
Yeah, you have to be careful now. The blink is there on DD. The one to actually go in. Terrorblade might be in quite a bit of trouble. He is all alone. He's actually wrapped them around with his illusion. Is he going to be able to TP out of this one? He's going for the TP. Will he actually be able to get Get another one alive! He does! No, he doesn't! He gets sent back by the Disruptor, and now all of a sudden he's in a lot of trouble. He doesn't get silenced up. There's the Thunder coming in as well, but unfortunately it's just not going to be enough. Pulse falling apart.
Yeah, and Rage Boss doing whatever he can. Not really the right clicker that you'd like to see, but he's trying to bring down these racks. He's having a tough time. He's in a bit of a pickle too. There isn't a duel for 7 seconds.
Oh, he's out! He's out!
Oh.
ROTK plays and he gets it. He gets out. It's not a lot, but it's a little bit of damage towards the range racks. Choosing, of course, to focus on the right one. Drawing back. I mean, this is literally why Rage Boss was a very well-known off-lane player in the past in regards to the likes of Nature's Prophets, Batrider, those kind of heroes. Is because of the space that he can create. And just this that he did here drew back 2 or 3 enemy heroes. And it's actually given them enough time that the Terrorblade is nearly back again.
Yeah.
They just shouldn't lose anyone right now because the Terrorblade is back in 20 seconds. The side of XTC knows that, and they know they've got 20 seconds. They've got 15 seconds now to push up. There, of course, is a glyph that helps it out for 15 seconds. And they will actually use it. I do agree with this. 7 seconds left for the Terrorblade to come back. And are we going to see XTC still continue to push here? They have the Aegis of the Immortal up here on the Luna. Are they actually going to go in? Going to be a charge onto Scarnet right now here by the Spirit Breaker. He's trying to keep them out all the way towards the back end of the lines. Will they be able to get anything else? First here to drop, actually going to be the Disruptor, followed up by the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker does, of course, buy back right now. Rage Boss will be in quite a bit of trouble, sitting on only 500 HP. And it's only going to be the 1-for-1 trade-off at this point. There's the Cider onto Dota and Die. Dota and Die, of course, does not have his Eclipse up, and he's going to drop from this. Me not towards the back end. I actually saw Smacker managing to get the kill onto DDD. There it is, Dota and Die. He will actually die from this. No, Dota, you just die.
Yeah.
Or not. Or not.
He's dead.
He tried to use Butterfly. So, very well defended. However, they did manage to lose their melee racks in exchange for 3 and a buyback. Not the best trade, but they managed to survive. And there was no buyback in the Terrorblade.
Yeah, they got 5 buybacks on hand. Spirit Breaker did buyback, so
Yes.
4+, but they got 5 buybacks on hand. They're not too concerned about them pushing down. They won't be worried about using this range or... Actually, wait, melee racks here, they definitely will buyback. Potentially, but I mean, Omni Knight's up pretty soon.
But I mean, look at the net worth. The Luna sitting on 25,000. All the way at the top. Then it's Aghanim. He's dropped off quite a bit, sitting on 18,000. Aka sitting on 18,000. Rage Boss sitting on 17,000. So the side of Pulse actually spinning out their farm quite nicely. They will lose the strikes, of course, a glitch, but there you go. There are the double buybacks coming through. The ultimate coming through from the Disruptor as well. Will they be able to actually get anything? There is, of course, the duel coming in onto the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is going to be the first before Dota does actually pop her Eclipse coming through. The first one, that's actually another coming through by the side of the Omni Knights, and that's a dieback here on there. This might actually just be game for the side of Pulse. They might have just done it. There's 3 more buybacks coming out from them, and this is going to be racks. They might decide to back off from this. This was a very good fight for the side of Pulse getting up against XTC, but they're more rooted. Omni Knight is actually the boss. Is coming in, does manage to get the Iron Shell up on the Ember Spirit to couple up with the Blade Mail. And it seems like XTC, not XTC, Pulse, they're going for the end here with Aghanim. He, of course, does have his Metamorphosis up for still a while. No, it's down right now. But they're still pushing. There is no Luna. The Luna died back from that. This might just be good game coming up here. They can't really do anything. There's a glimpse up on the Disruptor. But that's literally it. Scarnet, of course, does not even have his Guardian Angel right now. Does use his heals to try and delay this. But there is the GG's. Just when we thought Eddie had brought this game back from the break of defeat, Pulse just saying, nope, we still have it. And getting those diebacks, and XTC were just all over the place after that dieback. They did not engage properly. They did manage to get an insane Disruptor ultimate. It just was not enough. Pulse Gaming, what a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Aghanim played extraordinarily well in this game. I feel like XTC, they had a very good margin of lead in the early game. Let it slip, brought it back, let it slip again, and it paid. I think a couple of errors on their part, but again, very well played here from Pulse. I feel like Aghanim just played the way you should play your Terrorblade. If you're looking as to how Terrorblade should be played, this was a very, very good display of it.
Well, guys, on that note, stay tuned for game number 3. We asked, can Pulse do enough to take this to game 3? And looking at the way that they played right now, they definitely can. Game 3 is going to be a cracker. Scarpy, you are 1-1 in regards with your votes and your predictions. We're going to see if you're going to be right in game number 3 or not. You guys stay tuned. It's going to be one hell of a game. Pulse versus XTC, game 3 of the Telkom Masters Dota 2 Championships. I'm RidditZ. Joining me was Scarpy. Scarpy, final words. Please, quickly. What a game.
Palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Okay, guys, and welcome back to XTC Gaming versus Pulse Gaming. This is, of course, game number 3 of this insane matchup. Game 1, XTC dominated the side of Pulse. Game 2, it looked
10
like they were going to
seconds
do
to
the
go.
same, but Pulse brought it back, started losing the edge, and just slammed a fist into
5
the
seconds.
heart of XTC, forcing it to Game 3. This is, of course, the Telkom Dota
RidditZ.
2 Masters Championship, or league, so to speak. I mean, what a game. What a series of games so far. I'm RidditZ, joining me is Scorpy, and Scorpy, Lone Druid made it through, and we saw a long
10
take
seconds
on
to
that
go.
Shadow Demon ban, and they've let LD go through.
Yeah,
5 seconds.
very interesting. Here, I brought it up in game number 1. How a lot of people are waiting for a bit of the
Reserve
nerf
time.
on the hero itself for that ranged druid. I'm going to be very intrigued to see what response else is going to have. Something like an Underlord, which has to get banned out. So, just interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff happening. I mean, banning phases. This time they went for the FPS dropper Darkseer ban, and they wanted to get rid of that Ember Spirit as well too.
10 seconds
But I
to
mean,
go.
we saw Darkseer having such a big impact in regard to space
5
creating
seconds.
and just controlling the initial engagement from the side of Pulse.
Reserve
And I
time.
I'm not sure if it was a first ban-worthy hero, but Rage Boss or Lol Boss played it really well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he played very, very well, and I think Ember Spirit has been on the winning side both games, so fair enough for it to be banned out. It is one of those heroes that just transitioned very well, especially the type of the type of way this new patch is being played, where these fights occur and he's just does a huge amount of burst damage. He's very durable. He can sustain himself through these fights. So I think it's a very worthy ban. But Underlord comes through and the Lone Druid, 2 of the heroes that everyone's pretty much ranting and raving about, especially in Captain's mode. They're here. I want to see them match up against each other, see what's going to
10
come out
seconds
better.
to
But I
go.
feel like this Lone Druid is a very, very scary pick. And Pulse, they get a
Oh,
need a lot.
the tankiness coming from XTC. The Lone Druid with the bear, of course, the Life Stealer coming through, getting those, bombs off with the bear as well, so to speak. But Underlord as well. Underlord, Sand King, AoE control.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty
5
important for them to
seconds.
get heroes that can get to the back line, to get to that Lone Druid. If you can get to him, he's pretty squishy at that, and
Reserve
pretty simple to bring
time.
down once you do manage to close that gap. However, last steal, like you say, tank hero takes the front liner, you jump to the back, your own back line might be under jeopardy. So there's a lot of intricacies to these upcoming team fights in the game that we're gonna have to see how they develop, and I think it's just gonna be all up to decision making here. My real concern for XTC is their laning stages. Underlord just really makes laning stages very hard. He's difficult hero to trade with. He does extremely well in the off lane or even in position 4, but I think that's off lane Underlord. This is it's gonna be a little bit tough for them, but Lifestealer's got high enough base damage that he does okay. I mean, it is percentage reduction, and I think Lifestealer's gonna lose like 5-7 damage, but he'll still not
10
get too much
seconds
of
to
a problem.
go.
Yep.
Last hit.
Pulse banning out Centaur, of course, and the Axe. Looking at both of these two heroes, Pulse sees the tankiness of XTC, the potential that can come in with just adding it with the likes of a Slaughter, which of course was banned out, to Axe, or a Centaur Warrunner, another tanky hero that can jump in front.
10 seconds to
And
go.
I do like those bans. However, there is of course still the Timbersaw, which can work quite well up against well, not necessarily against the lineup of Pulse, but it's a good hero to have that can fill sort of the same role as the Axe as well as the Centaur, except without any of the disables. But Pulse has gone for the Winter Wyvern. Now, Pulse is going for a wombo
10
combo here.
seconds
You
to
can,
go.
that is like all 3 of these heroes, Underlord, Sand King, Winter Wyvern.
5
Problem
seconds.
is, wombo combos work, yes. But you need to be able to put out enough damage to win the
Reserve
fight
time.
and then get an objective after that. If you do not win the fight handily, you start losing the game after every single fight, because if you don't have the damage to burst down, let's say a Life Stealer, Lone Druid, whatever else XTC goes for, you've got extremely long duration cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. The Winter Wyvern pick though is pretty nice though. If you can catch a Lone Druid on the Lifestealer, you get that ulti on the Lifestealer, he can't rage it off, he can't do much, and that Lone Druid is going to get rid of him very, very quickly.
Does the ulti also cause the bear to attack you?
Radiant's pick.
It's anything in the vicinity, I believe. I think the bear hits.
Because it's not creeps anymore, is it? It
Yeah,
always
you see
used to be.
This is actually, you're asking a very good
Is
question.
it a summon? Do summons attack?
The Lone Druid is not exactly
10
a summon,
seconds
it's
to
not
go.
a creep, and it's not a hero. It fits in somewhere in between.
5
It's
seconds.
the missing link.
It's a
of the-
familiar. It's a spirit bear. It's a.
Yeah. So I'm actually not too sure. I'm not sure if it actually is.
Reserve time.
If it
Something
does,
that I probably should know,
it's-
but
Yes,
yeah.
Mr. Analyst. Cough, cough.
Yeah.
I do think that it should, but it's going to be interesting to actually see because the Winter Wyvern, if he can actually get even towards the middle part of the fight or towards the backlines, can take out a Lone Druid with his own bear, can take out a Lifestealer because the Lone Druid and the bear will be attacking him. So a very good pickup there to try and force that out, being able to channel up the Sand King ultimate. After that, with the Underlord as well. Pulse going for the Phantom Launcher here. One thing I want to point out though is Rubik has a crap load of spells that he can steal.
Yeah.
Rubik
they're-
has the pick of the litter right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've actually seen a hell of a lot of Rubiks lately. Very,
10
very
seconds to
impactful
go.
hero. Especially in the laning stages, his null is actually pretty good
5
into
seconds.
these team fights, especially if you're dealing with something like a Sand King who does a huge amount of magical damage.
Underlord
But
as
I
well
think-
with the Firestorm.
That's also percentage health, just something you must be aware of. I mean, the biggest surprise
Radiant's
for me is
ban.
PL. I've heard lots of criticism as to how PL fares in the patch, and a lot of people saying that he's just irrelevant. I'm intrigued as
But
to
I've also
how
seen
Pulse
a
play.
couple of streams from pro players where he
10
just
seconds
goes
to go.
completely out of hand, especially with the I'll have a look at his tree just now. But it's going to be an interesting one. However, XTC has picked up the Timbersaw. So
Reserve time.
I don't know if they're stream sniping because that was probably around 2 minutes ago that I advised that. If they are, thank you for taking my advice. You know, I'm the best sub in South Africa at the moment, according to Scarpy. But regardless of that very bad joke, Timbersaw, I do like that pickup here up against the Phantom Launcher. It can help with the wave clear.
Yeah, the Timbersaw's good up against PL. It's
Dyer's pick.
a lot of melee heroes here for Pulse. So again, we saw it in the first game. The Timbersaw was picked up into a lot of melee heroes. Wasn't on the winning team, but we'll see this time if XTC can do something else with the hero.
10
But also,
seconds to
I
go.
just want to touch on the Pulse. Their laning stages are going to be very
5
interesting. I
seconds.
want to know where the Sand King's fitting in. This is a position for Underlord or position for Sand King.
Reserve time.
We've seen a lot of teams switch it up. So
Are we going to see a mid Sand King coming up here to try and deal with the Lone Druid on his bear?
it could be, but it could just still be just a safe lane Lone Druid, and then the Timbersaw in the mid
Ooh.
lane. Sand King doesn't fare terribly there either.
I love this pickup from XTC. I'm not a huge Silencer fan. I enjoy playing him. But in any kind of wombo combo lineup, the Silencer completely wrecks them.
10 seconds
That's
to go.
Very good point. This is a very, very nice
5
setup.
seconds.
Silencer is just going to sort of control the PL as well. He can't really doppler his way on out.
Reserve time.
So this is a very, very clutch pick here for XTC. And I think against Aghanim's going to look to play the same sort of game that he did with Terrorblade in game 2 with the PL. And Silencer may be the hero to turn that around.
But Ursa being picked up from Pulse. So slowly but surely we're sort of seeing the lanes develop. Going to see Winter Wyvern, PL laning together, Ursa mid. It's going to be interesting to see if this is going to be an off-lane Underlord and a jungle Sand King or a dual lane Underlord with Sand King.
Yeah, that's the one intrigue. The Ursa matchup against the Timbersaw is really going to go the way of the Ursa. I do feel it often
Better
does.
get ready.
So again, it's going to be a very tough lane. Oh, Scarnet's actually taking Timbersaw. So off lane Timbersaw and the mid lane Lone Druid.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane Lone Druid. This is very interesting. Normally you don't see, well, I say normally, I'm talking about pubs. You don't see the Spirit Breaker. It's a long night. the Spirit Bear being picked up as a level 1 skill. Normally you go for something like the Rabid, try and harass out your enemy with extra movement speed, with the extra attack speed. Getting that first level up in the Spirit Bear, quite an interesting move here, so to speak. And it is actually going to be Rage Boss. Okay, let me just take you guys through the side of Pulse. It is going to be Rage Boss or Lull Boss on the Underlord. On the offlane Underlord, it is going to be Smacker on a mid
30
Phantom
seconds to
Lancer,
go.
with Forehead on the Sand King, Doppler on the Winter Wyvern, and then Aghanim on the Carry Ursa.
Yeah, and going over on to the Dire side, we are going to have ourselves XTC. Bird and Dog going to be playing on 5 Stealer, Silent going to be up by Doom Bunny, DDD going to be going to have Baby playing over on the Rubik,
Go.
and Citadel going to be played by Scarnet. And we've got some information for us at least. The Lone Druid Bear does hit target unit.
Thank you. Much appreciated on that. It's one of those interesting ones that I'm just not sure about. It should. We both thought it should, but it just wanted to make sure. Mid lane though, Smacker here up against DDD. This is going to be quite an interesting lineup, and I think that the Lone Druid probably because he thought he was dealing up against the Ursa early on, but Smacker's going to try and harass our DDD as much as possible, as early as possible here, just to make sure that Smacker or that DDD doesn't actually take control of this middle lane. But bottom lane, we're seeing quite a bit of harassment coming through here. It's a tri-lane versus tri-lane. We actually didn't even mention this. This is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah,
And
I think
they went tri-lane because they thought it was up against the PL though.
yeah, this is you already see the Ursa forcing his way, and I thought this could actually be a bit favorable towards that XTC, so they're going to back that out. They've sent the Underlord here, and yeah, the Underlord will fare far better because his Atrophy Aura just makes this lane terrible. All these heroes are losing damage. The creep are not going to be dealing any damage to his potential harassers, assuming the supports still hang around with him. Again, the Ursa deals very well in a 1v1 up against them. So they shouldn't be rotating their support here. So this is now starting to look a little bit less favorable.
Okay, so you managed to call it in game number 1 in regards with who had the better draft. You nearly got it in game number 2, but unfortunately, or fortunately for the Pulse fans, Pulse actually won that. Game 3, which draft do you like?
I definitely like this draft. I think they've got.
I like XTC's draft.
I just think like DDD is gonna have a very tough time mid here. Smacker's gonna be an absolute nuisance, and it's very hard to deal with a hero that closes the gap so quickly. And rush on PL is just so good.
True.
It's actually, I can't believe I didn't really think about that when they picked it up.
And yet
It's
again, it's
really
11-2 versus 8-2. Okay, Smacker's going to come up a little bit. Milo towards the bottom lane. We're actually going to see the Underlord. It is going to be the first blood going the way of Dota and Die. And sure, it's only a Rage Boss, but it's still a dual lane versus dual lane here towards the side. Milo, though, towards the top. They want to go onto Fabi right now. And Fabi, it is going to be a equal trade-off. But still, a Rubik for Underlord. I'll take that trade any day of the week, especially since you also gave up first blood.
Yeah, I think I'm more surprised that the Sand King wasn't hanging around close parts of the lane. I think he was stacks or collecting rune. I think he was collecting rune. And yeah, that unfortunately cost Rage Boss's life, and it's a difficult situation. Rage Boss is precious up in the Iron Town and realizes that lane's a bit of a farce now. There's just too much damage that the Silent deals. They've got levels, they've just got the big advantage in the lane. And XTC, they'll be pretty happy with this outcome. The real lanes that need to win here, the PL needs to beat Lone Druid, which he can, definitely. And the Ursa is going to have to just do well up here again. So, which he surely will do. It's, again, one of the heroes that fare well in this situation.
Pulse is basically abandoning the bottom lane, though. They've left the Sand King up here. They've moved Rage Boss into the jungle, which I do agree with. But they're also, leaving this completely open. Sand King's not really going to get anything in this lane. Dota and Die is going to be free farming here. We do see a wraparound here on the Silencer. He's gone for 2 levels up in Glaives, 1 level up in Lost Word. So, do they actually kill the Phantom Lancer? I don't think so. We'll actually see right now. There's the route that's
Oh,
actually
the-
coming through on the Phantom. Phantom Lots has already actually used his Doppelwalk. He does start to back off straight away onto the silencer. Quite surprised there. He saw his TPs coming in from Doppler. I would have thought, especially with that Fairy Fire, that he actually would have committed.
Yeah, and it's another thing that the PL fares well. He can't be rooted. He can doppel out of that route every time. He deals a lot of damage to DDD. DDD is under constant pressure. If a support rotates in, he's even in more of a pickle. Fortunately, his other lanes are doing really well, so the rotations from the supports are very hindered. None of them can really look for sort of any successful movements, and we can see forward he's trying to sap whatever XP he can in lane, because that's pretty much all the bot lane's worth for the Radiants.
And I do like moving the silencer in because it has just given Dota and I a few levels up here on the Sand King, and normally a Sand King can go to toe up against a Lifestealer, especially with the Caustic Finale, constantly harassing out, constantly dealing damage. But that's where the silencer comes in. Just being able to pressure out the Sand King, making sure that the Sand King can't really get in close. If he does, this is exactly what, every single time is going to happen. He's going to be silent stuff, even though he tries to get out. He does have a healing salve, but unfortunately does get cancelled off. Dota and Die, look at that damn range.
Man, this hero just hits so hard. His physical damage is extremely high, and they don't have Atrophy Aura in that lane, so it's not going to be an easy task. But at the same time, I mean, Rage Boss is pretty efficient farming in the jungle for a Underlord. He's not too hindered by it, but it's not exactly the fastest. So I do feel like XTC definitely have a very nice advantage in the early stages here. It's going to be what they transition into the mid game and or top lane.
Again, does get lifted up right now. Rubik taking quite a bit of harassment. I mean, this lane towards the top side with Doppler here as well. Winter Wyvern. It's not a usual combo up with the Ursa, but getting that extra slowdown, I actually do like this quite a lot.
Yeah, there's some really good points, and then there's also some negative. I mean, the heal's not going to be very useful. A lot of magical damage potential coming at you from just the Rubik even.
Ooh, unfortunately, Creep Wave scouting out Rage Boss's, rotation and movement coming through. Where did this Creep Wave come from?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. That I think it was a pull around, but the Lone Druid also walked himself. He's actually started to jungle. He's given up on the PL. The PL is just too much of an issue to deal with. But he's not behind in farm by any means. Maybe just giving some levels to do, but I need to find that level 6.
Well, Rubik might be in quite a bit of trouble right now. There you go. He actually does get trapped up, rooted up as well. And Rubik's trying to TP out of this one. Will he be able to get out? No, he does not. Aghanim coming through. Does manage to get that last pick. Here's the silencer. He goes straight onto Aghanim, but I don't think they'll actually have enough, especially with the healing salve. He's just waiting for... He doesn't even have to use that. So a good trade-off coming through here, managing to get one kill. Looking at the lineup, I thought at this point in the game it would have been a lot more hectic, a lot more back and forth, a lot more ganks coming up all over the place. I mean, considering how Game 2 went. Game 2 was insane.
Yeah, you're quite right there. I feel like we would have expected a lot more action, but it's the real lanes.
Oh, Smacker might be in quite a bit of trouble right now. Will they actually be able to get a route? No, there's an Invis rune. How lucky can you get? Smacker having that haste rune in Game 2. Yeah. This time having that Invis rune.
He's been pretty lucky with the runes, though. Our homegrown S4 here.
You know what they say, or what I think it's Gary Player said? The more I practice, the luckier I get.
Yeah, that's perfectly right, indeed. But yeah, I mean, Smacker, he's definitely got a lot of hours in Dota. I think he's 6k.
Probably around that 5.5 to 6k. I haven't actually had a look at it lately.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's still one of those original names, like when Dota 2 came out. Smacker was there.
Yeah, everyone knows who Smacker is, at least. So yeah, he's been pretty lucky. So, he's got a haste rune now as also. In a good place to dominate this mid lane, but I mean, we already see the Lone Druid has just fallen back into the jungle. Says, well, if I can't farm there, I'll just farm in another place. And Lone Druid is no real stranger to the jungle.
Scarlet might be in a bit of trouble right now. He's already used up his Timber Chain right now, but unfortunately, it's only level 1 Pit of Malice coming up here from the Underlord, so not really holding him for, well, 0.9 seconds. They might want to go in for more. Aghanim, oh, he gets called away and feared. The problem where the fear is, it sometimes is to your own detriment as a lone druid player because it pushes them away from you and you can't get the kill.
Yeah, it also gives them a bonus 20% movement speed, so sometimes it's just about your positioning, but him now ready to go in the mid lane doesn't have any way of dealing with this peel. Really, it's a difficult lane for him, especially for Haste right now. So this is a tough time, and he's completely out of range ops now, so let's be very, very careful.
Dire's mid towers haven't.
Well, looking towards this, it is 9 minutes in. Network sitting 4,500 in favor of Dota and Dot. I mean, he's literally had this entire bottom lane to himself. But look at the just making sure that Dota and Dot gets everything that he wants. Sitting with the armlets up. Only around 900 below him is Smacker here in this middle lane. And Smacker's also been getting a significant amount of free fall. But looking towards both teams, it is in favor of XTC with around 1,000 gold. I'm still waiting for this, literally for this game to explode, or like for this match to explode up.
Yeah,
they have the heroes to actually cause that. They have the heroes to just go completely ham, back and forth, crazy. But both teams are taking it very passively.
Yeah, this is but the real question is who does this favor. I feel like it does favor Ecstasy. This sort of passive laning. The lone druid means he's going to find farm eventually. Even if he's having a tough time in lane, he's going to be able to come back into the jungle, though that there's no threat to the rest of the
You have a Timber Sword that can slowly but surely work towards an early Bloodstone. You've got a Life Stealer. Even though Life Stealer is not the best very late game hero, in my opinion, it's still better than Pulses, except for the Ursa. The Ursa, of course, can man mode him. But I think at this really, really prefer, or like, moves towards the side of XTC, and Pulse has to take control of the game sooner or later.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's pretty tough though. They don't have big setup. I mean, the Sand King is pretty good. He's getting his levels in his hand. That's about it. Every time Dota and Dar sees him, I think Dota and Dar's going to go for the kill. He's got the armlet up, so the Sand King is always going to be in a precarious spot as long as he's in vision.
Oh, Scott, in a lot of trouble right now. Aghanim might actually fall from this. He does use his Enrage to get out of the Doom Bunny Last Word as well as the Arcane Curse. But he nearly managed to actually get the kill on Scott. 2 more right clicks, especially with 6 Fury Swipes up. That's 90 extra damage. He would have actually died from, at that point, I think maybe 1 extra attack.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why he fares well up against Timbersaw. Just getting those stacks up, you're not too concerned about how much react armor Timbersaw has, but I think Skynet did a good job there of also having quite a large amount before that engagement occurred, so he was okay.
I want to bring up Phantom Lancer's Phantom Rush at max range is 600. Level 25 skill is plus 600. Puts him at 1,500 Phantom Rush range. You can chase down anyone, or you can just jump onto Lone Druid.
Yeah, and you just keep chasing. That's what the thing is. You just like take the shortest paths, and even your illusions keep chasing and keep vision on them. So it's pretty interesting. I don't think most people go for it. I suppose the other one's 20 strength, which is pretty good.
But I mean, up against the Lone Druid, you want to try and get towards the back line. I'm not quite sure. We'll of course hopefully see that. Hopefully this game goes far enough. But looking at the talent tree of a Phantom Lancer, you know, sure that plus 600 Phantom Rush range is insane and plus 20 strength, but it's not as impactful as some of the other 25 skills that we spoke about in the previous game.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some really big ones, especially ones that affect your spells. Those are
Sand King plus 4 epicenter pulses. That's 40% more.
That's pretty big. That's quite a long duration, but again, at that time of the game, Sand King is a lot less of a concern. Someone's got a pipe, you got a Rubik, he's got null. So the +4 is just gonna make him maybe a little bit viable.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's level 25.
Life Stealer. Oh wait, middle lane though. We are gonna see some kind of engagement. Oh, is this timed correctly? Yes, it is. Oh, I might have actually used that a little bit too late. But they just go to Shrine and Chill, moving up towards the top lane. One of the worst, not necessarily the worst, but Life Stealer 25 plus 1 second rage duration, which increases it from 6 seconds to 7 seconds. That's not really that impactful in my opinion. Plus 15 armor is better, but it's still also not the same as some of the others that we've seen.
Let's also keep in mind, having it up for 1 second means this downtime's less by 1 second. as well.
That is
yeah.
true.
So
That is true.
yeah, I suppose it's difficult to say what. I think putting armor if you're dealing up against a massively physical team. But
Well, we do see an engagement coming through here onto the Timbersaw right now. Aghanim wants to go. He needs a couple more right clicks onto Scarlet, but once again, the Savage Roar is just going crazy and doing so much. Aghanim is actually going to be the first one to fall. Will he be able to get enough life back? He does use his rage, and he's actually going to be able to get out of the one alive. It is going to be Sand King is the only one to fall from that entire engagement, and they managed to get the rag. Oh, not the rags, but the tower as well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. No lifesteal picked up here by Aghanim. Not really looking for an early Roshan. He's looking for more to be of some sort of engagement. So yeah, it's very,
I
very
keep on
interesting.
thinking Helm of the Dominator. Yes, there's his lifesteal, and then I'm like, nope, it's not.
I mean, Helmet is a great item now. I think almost every time you want to get it on your cause, it just helps with your farming. It can have some sort of impact. You can farm in lane and have impact on
Every
lane
single
if your farm is
game.
good enough.
Someone has to pick up a helm. I agree.
Yeah.
The aura that it gives you, everything that it gives you is just too strong to not pick up. Sand King is working his way towards that Blink Dagger. It's taking him a significant amount of time. How impactful do you think is that going to be?
I think it's going to be very, very important at contract up. But if he gets a Savage Roar on the back, on the front lines, he can just jump to the back, stun him up, and then pass some thumpers into initiate. I mean, if you get the Savage Roar off and the PL is running away, he can use his Phantom Rush then to get himself back onto that bone drill again. So I think that Blink Dagger is going to...
Rage Boss is using his Dark Rift. Is he going to actually be able to get out of this one alive? It's nearly there. 3, 2, 1, and he's out of there. Managing to get the top tower as well, and a TP out from the Winter Wyvern. Very well played from them. And this is Sand King's Blink Dagger is up as well after the tower.
Yeah, so that's pretty big. So...
and there's the first smoke being picked up as well.
Wow. PL, I mean, the Pit Lord's ulti was stolen by the Rubik, so they're right down to the bot lane here pushing it out.
Oh, that's actually something that I didn't even think of, because it should be a pretty easy spot to steal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Aghanim, he wants to actually go in. There's the roar being used now, the global silence as well, but unfortunately the Sand King, he was busy charging up his epicenter, but it just did not land. The silencer is managing to actually stop that. They won't get the boar off. That's actually going to be the life stealer. He's also rooted in place. Will they be able to get the kill? That's the big power of the Ursa. He can just go ham and go crazy on top of them. Meanwhile, it is also forehead on the Sand King. Where did he die? All the way towards the early stages of the fight. So 1-for-1 trade-off, but this time favoring the side of Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, trading a support for the highest farmer in the game, definitely a good fight for them.
Yeah.
But it seems difficult. It seemed very difficult. They had the numbers advantage. They did get global silence up, but with global silence maybe was a little bit of a miss. Because the Savage Roar and the global silence were almost at the same time, so they didn't lap really well. So, I mean, these fights look very, very difficult for Pulse to take. And, I mean, yes, they won that one, but the ones that come up here, I do expect the XTC to make maybe less mistakes. And they'll turn.
I want to point out the warding from XTC is amazing. Towards the top lane, especially scouting out the rush movement coming in. A ward towards this, which scouts out any TPs or wraparounds from all angles. And then a deep ward just to see who is pushing out. Do they back out or not? Because you might actually see the entire creep wave here with some of the people where this ward just was, you know, backing out or standing towards the back lines, trying to bait it out. So very good warding coming through from the side of XTC itself.
Yeah, again, XTC, they seem to have all their chickens in a row, all their ducks in a row, and they just going for these objectives, and that's exactly the sort of gaming they should do. We do see TP coming in from the pit lord onto the tower here, so they should back themselves in out. And again, that ward would scout that out, identify it. They might not have seen the tower, the TP coming in. That
Now they've seen
they get a safe retreat.
Exactly. A lot of sentries being popped out here by the side of, you know, trying to scout out these standard ward spots, but I like this from the side of XTC. It's just a little bit more unconventional. Instead of just the standard mid ward spots here, the standard wraparound ward spots here, And the sentries are just all over the place from the side of poles, not actually managing to get any of the wards, and it's costing them quite a bit of gold as well.
Yeah, that's quite true. That's 150 gold just lying on the floor there, littered. No one really has invisibility, so there's going to be no real use for it. The nail on the head there. It's definitely a big cost for them, and I mean, also wasting quite a lot of time here. I feel like also are just like headless chickens at this stage, not too sure what objectives to take or where to be running to. So this is a little bit of an issue.
Very well played by XTC, splitting up the map, forcing the side of poles to actually play reactionary Dota instead of taking control, you know, moving forward. But are we going to see some kind of engagement here towards the bottom lane? Doppler there as well as the Sand King, but Sand King does actually get scouted out. They do manage to stun up the Timbersaw. So will get rooted in place. Timbersaw dies from this. The global silence is there. Are we going to see any kind of counter initiation? A good pit of malice coming up to actually block their retreat. However, it might not be enough. Are we going to see anything further? There is, of course, no Dark Rift. Will the Underlord actually drop? There you go. Rubik lifting him, and Underlord is quite a tanky hero. He will have another pit of malice that he can drop out. He does drop it out to ensure the retreat of the rest of his team. And Smacker's just pushing up middle lane.
Well, a big plus there for Pulse is that they've done a Bloods and Timbersaw, so he's on 8 charges now, so that red coat, he just purchased it. So that's a bit of a sore one to bite into, unfortunately for them. But, yeah, I mean, they trade the Pit Lord for that, absolutely worth it.
So, Aghanim Scepter up on the Phantom Lancer with the Juxtapose. I mean, looking at the Ags upgrade, what is the Ags upgrade?
This is an Ags upgrade. I'm not too certain. Make a change.
Oh, it's the Spirit
Rush.
Lance that bounces to nearby enemies, that's why.
Oh yes, of course.
I
of course.
actually forgot about that. That is actually quite powerful. Especially if you can get it in like 20 minutes.
It
does
it's like
a
having
lot
a
of damage.
double diffusal blade almost in these team fights.
Yes.
So, really, really good.
But
Oh.
do you see movement into Rush? Quite interesting. It's not the Ursa lineup that's actually doing it. It is going to be the Life Stealer. Of course, there's quite a bit of minus armor, but it's only with a single Blightstone that's coming up here. Lone Druid does have Maelstrom up, does have Dragon Lance up, and his Spirit Bearer, I mean, just has an Orb of Venom and a Quelling Blade. But are we going to see any kind of rotation? Any wraparounds coming through? Underlord actually gets his Pit of Balance. He does manage to trap them, but Dota and Die manages to snatch the Ancient. It was actually Underlord that got the kill on that. I mean, well played on them. Does to get them a little bit more gold, but are we going to see any kind of full-on engagement coming through here? Ursa is just completely melting from this Lone Druid, and that's the power of this Rage Lone Druid. 4 heads coming in with the Sand King, does manage to get a very good Bottom Strike and Epicenter combo. DDD, as well as Life Stealer. They are on low HP for it, of course, on the Sand King, trying to do what he can. Unfortunately, raised up Life Stealer does not get stunned up here by the Sand King, and Sand King does go, still manages to get out of that one alive for now, but he does fall eventually. That's a 4-for-0 trade-off. It's just extremely low. Oh no, there you go. It's actually going to be the Phantom Launcher. This Phantom Launcher, he might actually die from this one as well now. I thought he was going to go completely ham, but he did not. Was that a buyback coming through here from Winter Wyvern? No, it wasn't. He just respawned so quickly. That is a full 5-for-2 trade-off, including the Aegis. I think it was... Yes. No, it wasn't. That was actually a Bloodstone being used there by the Timbersaw that actually managed to heal them up.
Yeah, that's that was actually quite a good play. He got the deny off, didn't do too much. He lost some charges again. He's sitting on 6, but I mean, they got a lot out of that. They killed 4, I think, or they exchanged a 3. One was a suicide. Gained too much.
It was a full team
5.
wipe.
Okay, team 5 for 2 and a deny. So really good fight there for XTC. Definitely looking in a very nice position right now.
I mean, we saw not the power of the Ursa, the lack of power of the Ursa there. As soon as the Lone Druid starts attacking him, you know, literally forget about the bear. The Lone Druid's got a Hurricane Pike up. The Maelstrom procs were just ridiculous. And having that Rabbit that gives you 40 attack speed extra, 30 seconds. Hey, guess what? Your cooldown on that is 30 seconds. You could instantly have 40 attack speed up and it costs you nearly no mana.
Yeah. I mean, Druid's a little bit of a
Oh, Smacker is going in to the Lone Druid right now. Lone Druid does actually use his Savage Roar. Smacker might be in a lot of trouble. The procs are there, and just look, it's like 2 procs, and all of a sudden Smacker is sitting on well, a quarter HP.
I still feel like Smacker could have done more with maybe a Diffusal over the Aghanim Scepter. I don't know about the build. I don't know if there's some hidden reasoning for him to purchase it.
It does help you up quite a bit, and considering that I mean, to be honest, if he had a Mjolnir there or a Diffusal, he would have died right now, because he was sitting on 300 HP, which is what the Aghanim Scepter, gives you a lot more sustain. It gives you, of course, what's 10 to all attributes, so that will be 10 and 1.5, so that's 170 plus 1. That's literally 350 extra HP there.
Yeah, fair enough. But we must also keep in mind that you get, I think,
armor with
armor
diff.
from the Blades of Alacrity, which is going to make your effective HP a little bit higher, 6% per armor. So it gets close to almost the same amount of value for that. Obviously, you get a little bit of armor from the 10 attributes. The Ags, so I suppose he probably would have died there. But
Theory crafting 11 o'clock at night, not my strong suit.
yeah, it's just I don't know. The Ags, it's interesting. It's not really as effective as Diffusal, I feel, because you're gonna jump on the backline onto the Lone Druid, then his main hero can't Savage Roar or something of that sort. Just because maybe it was on cooldown, you get rid of all his mana. Again, maybe he's looking to just cast the Lance onto the Bear and obviously bounce onto the Lone Druid. That is more than likely his reasoning for it, but it seems very, very difficult thing to land time, especially if you got to dive so deep into a Lone Druid.
Okay, so looking at the net worth quickly, it's sitting around the 9,000 mark in favor for XTC. Experience roughly around the same as you would expect this early on in the game. Sitting on 25 minutes in, 9,000 is quite a significant lead. It's not unsurmountable, but it is by far a higher lead than what they had in game number 2 before they started throwing it away. This looks more like game number 1, where XTC just took control of Pulse in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. They absolutely dominated those stages. And he's more than keen to be fine. He's got Aegis still on all that people there. He's going to put the tier 2 tower. That playing is very aggressive in the backline tier.
I don't think that they can really do anything. Aghanim, of course, just trying to split push up as much as possible, get a little bit of up control up. Middle lane, Smacker also trying to do the same. I do like this coming up from the side of Pulse. Once again, split pushing. And split pushing is what brought them back into the second game and what, made us have those 5-minute team fights kind of thing.
I get it. Just walking that one off. But yeah, I mean, this time, however, XTC haven't really done errors in sort of rotating too early or rotating and playing inside and getting locked down. They maybe lost the tower here and there, but they've got all the exterior towers. That means it's just shrines, and shrines is just gold in your pocket. It also means there is no quick teleportation for your enemies, so having this sort of control gives you a lot
Sorry,
of...
Underlord, no quick shrine and TP.
Yeah, precisely. Very, very painful here. Also, they're falling more and more behind each time.
Looking towards Phantom Lancer, his skill tree, he's of course gone for that 50% cooldown reduction instead of going for 8 all stat. That does help him tank up a little bit more, trying to get the most out of the Spirit Lancers. He's actually gone for the Aghanim Scepter build up here. But middle lane, they're actually pushing straight in onto the tower right now. How long is this Aegis going to last? It's actually not going to be that much longer. Sand King is sitting towards the back, and let's actually zoom out right now. Are we going to see anything? Sand King, is he going to start charging it up at the Lone Druid? Just blowing up the Aegis right now, and we might actually see... Sand King's actually holding this off very well. I do like this from him, and Sand King disconnected from the game. So, do you think that Sand King probably would have gone in there a little bit earlier, or do you think that he disconnected after that engagement was done?
Definitely feel like there was some sort of issues there. If he jumps in now, there might be a problem. There's still global silence up. You want to try and jump onto this backline as soon as possible. Doom Bunny's now found himself in a comfortable position. It's just difficult. I think if he jumped in earlier while the lifesteal was still out, the global silence would have gone to a little bit more waste. but that 4-second respawn on the Aegis is definitely going to hurt them here. Or
Yeah,
could have hurt
Sand
them.
King probably could have gone in solo up against the Lone Druid. While the Lone Druid was busy attacking the Lifestealer that was right here, I was literally expecting Sand King to charge up his ulti towards the backline, wait for it to actually kick off, blink in, Burrow Strike before the Global Silence can kick off. And they might have been able to get the kill on the Lone Druid as well as get the Aegis off on the Lifestealer, which would have been a call for, literally the call for a retreat for the side of XPC. However, right now, everyone's back to full HP. Sure, the Aegis is down. The Aegis was going to expire soon anyway. And DDD, I mean, he's just a monster at this point with this Mjolnir up.
Yeah, he just hits so hard now. This is a real big problem. Probably can still jump onto the backlines, but they're going to have Global Silence. That means the rest of Pulse just can't help Sand King. So the Sand King might just not have enough damage to deal with the Lone Druid, and the follow-up is just not going to be there. And
Yeah,
Doom Bunny's just in a very nice position.
Look at the positioning here from the side of XTC. I really like that. It's forming the old, Zulu, what was it called? That like V shape or the
yeah,
wraparound going through. I really enjoy, I really like that because it makes sure that the Sand King can't really go on more than one hero at a time. And the Timbersaw sitting here towards the top. The Silence is sitting all the way here towards the back right, which means there's no way that the Sand King can actually get to him in time. And the Silencer will have all the time in the world just to pop his ulti.
That's the thing. I mean, as long as Doom Bunny's in a good position, the team fight should be won. And, I mean, Smacker, he's doing what he can to maybe find a tier 2 in this time, but he's more than likely going to fall himself back and try and defend as the siege does occur. And, I mean, this is, like you say, very, very tough to sort of shut down this positioning. Very, very solid. I think the only pluses right now for them is that the Aegis is down. Ragebot's still got Pit, so the Pit can sort of control any sort of siege onto this high ground and buy enough time for them to get a tier 2 and a return. But Smacker, he's not hitting hard. He doesn't have a defense. He doesn't really have that physical damage. So this tower is probably not going to fall in that duration.
He nearly has it. He's 300 gold away. I'm sorry, at this point, you sell your poor man shield. You've already gone all in. You've already gone all in to buy it. You don't have buyback. You sell your poor man shield and you go for broke.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. I mean, he's got no buyback regardless, so...
Exactly.
It's... I mean, how much is if you sell shield? It's 200 plus... It's about 200 and something gold.
It's 250.
You won't have enough, yeah.
And
Just
Quelling Blade?
50 gold. Yeah, it's
I
sold
don't
the
know.
Quelling Blade. Yeah.
250,
probably
300, which will give you exact... Oh, plus he's going for the bottom tower. I'm not sure if he's going to get it. Once again, with theory crafting like madmen. I would sell it and hope for the best.
I mean, you're right. If you sell that, you're going to have an impactful item on this potential high ground siege. So,
Whereas if you don't...
buyback, he's going to not have it.
You don't have space in your inventory for one or two of the Blades of Alacrity. That 2,600 odd that you have in your stash is going to waste right now.
It's net worth that he doesn't have, so that it hurts. It hurts quite a bit. I mean, he could even just sell bottles just to get that. But I mean, you'll rather sell your mess, the Quelling Blade at this stage.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're dealing up against a Lifestealer with Desolator, who's also setting up these buildings to be beaten up by the Lone Druid.
I don't know if that's enough though. I don't know if if a diffusal is actually enough.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have a tough time. His real biggest hopes are just killing Doom Bunny after Global Silence. No way you're gonna kill him before that. And
But do you really focus the likes of Doom Bunny
after Global Silence?
after Global Silence?
That's the thing. I mean, these two supports, you can kill them. It doesn't make too much of an impact. These cores.
It's
are
literally
just
like
unkillable.
focusing a Tide Hunter after he's just used double Ravage. He's got no mana. He can't do anything. He's on full HP, and your entire team focuses a Tide Hunter. And I'm talking about experience from a game we had today where that kept on happening.
Yes.
It's just a complete waste of time. Sure, Doom Bunny can actually do a little bit more with the glaives coming through, with the support, the 4 staffs, the last words, but you need to try and focus the likes of the Lone Druid and try and bait out the Savage Roar and then try and kill him. But
Yeah.
right now, though, Sand King has to play very carefully because he's just reconnected, and luckily they didn't see him. Luckily they paused in time. But Sand King has to stay up here, and he has to play this very patiently. If he goes in without maybe 2 or 3 heroes in a Pit of Malice, it's not going to be worth it at all.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens as
All right,
doesn't
clean
take
your
it.
Oh, he stops just in time so he doesn't actually show himself. Meanwhile, towards the backline, we actually do see Rubik and Silencer. They moved up quite far, so luckily luckily they didn't move up, towards this side. They moved up towards the bottom line, but there you see Ursa's actually going in. Sand King going up, charging ultimate, but not... I don't understand. He actually went in Burrow Strike first, then tried to charge up his ultimate. Of course, there'll always be a Global Silence coming through. And the damage coming up here from the Lone Druid just completely decimated him.
Yeah, I mean, the words of the great Obi-Wan, the disaster, really. That was very, very
But I
harsh.
think that's like the 3rd time we've seen the Sand King. And to be honest, he has played... I mean, I have actually watched some of the games previously. He has played very well. Problem here is coming in. The Sand King is going for the old school, blink in first, get the Burrow Strike, and then go for your epicenter to try and get the most out of your epicenter. That will not work here because if you blink in and you stun, you start charging up your epicenter. Global Silence is literally going to wait for that exact point. He's going to use Global Silence, and your epicenter's gone to waste. You need to channel up epicenter, blink in, go for that Burrow Strike, and out of the 8 pulses, you're going to miss 3.
They're going to need a sick play here from Vibrant, actually, if they want to pull themselves back into this game.
Well, a scan was just used up here by the side of Pulse, and they did actually manage to scan them out. And that's why the entire side of XTC, last time they did not do this. Last time they played too aggressively, and they kept on hitting their heads against the wall. This time they've backed off, healed up full, and they've actually gone for a full smoke play. And Rage Boss might be in a lot of trouble right now.
Everybody jumps forward, but Rage Boss pretty quick, so he'll be able to get himself.
He is quite tanky. He does have a Crimson Guard up. They are busy pushing up here towards the side. And there you go. Underlord just busy TPing out. Okay, another high ground seed. And all the while, all XTC has to do here is just defend up, farm wherever they can. And Smacker's trying to... The whole split push thing does have Diffusal Blade. He actually sold his Quelling Blade for that.
Yeah, I put a bit of thought to the PMS selling. PMS obviously affects all illusions, so it will help them sort of tank up the creep, so you can cut them. So, in hindsight, it makes a lot of sense.
It does, but at that point, if you really needed the Diffusal, you would have sold both. But I think with that initial defense, they did manage to hold off long enough for him to pick up that Diffusal Blade, and he of course does have buyback now going in towards that Manta style. After the Manta style, things might get a little bit more difficult for the side of XTC to try and control him.
Yeah, then once he does get Scotty up and so on and so forth, he becomes more...
Oh, Scarlet is in a lot of trouble. They're bursting him down with everything they have. He only has 7 Bloodstone charges, but he does manage to actually get out of this one. He does Ghost Scepter. Will he be able to get this? Oh, he's still alive. There's another attack coming through. Sand King manages to get the kill. There is no Bloodstone deny, and that is 4 charges. This is a big pickup here for the side of Paul. Timbersaw does control up a lot of the fights, and Dota and Die might be in quite a bit of trouble right now. Troublums, that's the new one. Dota and Die, is he going to be able to get out of this one? Nope. He's going, wow, he's actually going up against Aghanim and taking it straight to him. I'm quite surprised. I mean, Ursa can normally tank up against the likes of a Lifestealer, but look at the items difference between the two.
Well, it also has no lifesteal, so you can't really man-fight up against a lifestealer. As well as he only had 2 points in Fury Swipe, so his Fury Swipes weren't really stacking as
How
big as
does
they
Ursa work without lifesteal?
were. Well, we're gonna learn today, aren't we? I can't tell you when last I saw Ursa.
Ursa can man mode you because sure, you might, as an Ursa, you might only be on 1 block on 250 HP. But per hit, you're gonna increase and you're gonna be getting 100 HP back. 200 HP back, 300 HP back kind of thing.
Yeah,
Without that, you can't.
I'm very intrigued by the build that I got. I mean, he didn't go lifesteal. He didn't get Fury swipes up against with the Timbersaw, as well as maybe potentially bringing down that bear in fights. I mean, the Ags pretty late. He actually went Basher. He skipped the Ags and for the Basher. So, I mean, we saw how quickly he gets burst down, and now going for the Basher means he's just got to have the orange users on his side.
Once again, you get burst down because you glide steal back, or you get burst down because you don't have the sustain or the HP pool. But you get lifesteal because you don't technically need the HP pool, and then you can go for the likes of a Basher, etc. I mean, although the middle lane, Underlord might be in quite a bit of trouble. Oh, wait, why was there no people cost attack? Wait, the Witch's Curse was used on the bear, but there was like 3 heroes around that I saw, but no one actually focused the bear. Maybe I missed something.
That's pretty odd. That should focus.
I don't know. I don't know if you saw the same thing. But...
I actually was looking at top. I was actually looking at comparing Aghanim's levels to the supports on the enemy team, and he's actually behind them in levels. So that hurts quite a lot. I mean, the Rubik and the Silencer were ahead of him. We just leveled up now.
Okay, from the side of Pulse, what do they need item-wise to actually get back in the game? Because the Lone Druid sitting on a 10-second BKB, Mjolnir, 1,200 gold, Hurricane Pike. Timbersaws had a bit more rough time. He, of course, does have a Pipe of Insight. Rubik's got a Blitz Dagger up, Glimmer Cape up. I mean, they literally have anything that they want on the side of XTC. This Lifestealer is farmed as hell. Saber, Desolator, Armlet up, Salt Curse up, and now Aegis.
Yeah.
What 1 or 2 items from Pulse can swing this game around?
I think it's... Look, let's be real. This game firmly rests in the hand of Smacker. If they have any chance of bringing it back, Smacker's the hero that's going to make the difference. They realize their rush is going to be late. So I think they're going to wait for Smacker to get big items. It's the only potential way.
Oh, we might actually see a big engagement. 2 smokes coming out here right now. It is going to be Underlord. He does get scouted out. Will they actually go for him? They do manage to lift up. He does not have buyback, so this is a big pickup. However, there goes the Sandy. He does manage to actually get a good stun coming off. Underlord is still alive for some reason, but there he drops his 2 heroes down. Back, unfortunately, all the way towards the back line. Does not really manage to do anything, and both of these 2 heroes being down, no Witch's Curse up, it's a big problem.
Yeah, this is massive. I mean, like you say, Winter's Curse is online, but 30-second cooldown. He can buy back and maybe drop it. That could potentially turn this around and maybe defend for a little bit longer.
He can buy back, and there you go. He's actually gone for this, and are we going to see any kind of engagement? There's another stun here onto the Lifestealer on Dota, and they really want to kill him. Global Silence is not being used just yet. I think they're waiting for the Sand King to come up. I do hear, oh, that's on the Lone Druid. That is terrible. Lone Druid does manage to actually survive that one. I have no idea how that is. Sand King does manage also to get up a good Epicenter stun combination, but they did not manage to pick up the Lifestealer, and, or not the Lifestealer, the Lone Druid. Lone Druid got out of that one alive after Witch's Curse was used on him.
Left Savage Roar there. He actually got the Savage Roar off and set him for one right. That would have brought him down, so that was devastating for buyback. Winter's Curse used, nothing gained, and I suppose they defended their high ground. That's probably
they defended the high ground. They got 2 kills for a support buyback.
Oh, 1 kill and 2 suicide, so...
I was the one on suicide. Well, sitting on 4 Bloodstone charges, that is worth just as much, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw is still, he has his impacts and so on, but I mean, your real concerns are this Lone Druid and this Lifestealer. The one hero that can sort of deal with Lifestealer is the PL if he has illusions around him.
Doppler might be in a lot of trouble right now. 1, 2, 3, 4 right click. Doppler is healed. He's actually gone for that corner brace. He's still alive. He manages to 4-staff himself. Oh no, wait, that wasn't a 4-staff. That was the Lone Druid's Hurricane Pike, or was that a 4-staff of the Sand King? That was the 4-staff of the Sand King, and then the Hurricane Pike of the Lone Druid actually make that too. But considering his own level 14, even after a dieback, it's only 40 seconds he has to wait.
Yeah, there we go. That's the strategy that I usually play my pubs with.
Got the low cooldown.
Behind and you have low cooldown resources.
The big thing though here is it will literally only take Pulse maybe 1 big team fight or 2 big team fights to get back into this game. And if XTC, throws with 2 big team fights, Pulse will actually have a very big advantage. But you're going to see an engagement coming through here. Livesteal is actually rooted, blinked in deep here by the Rubik. Quite surprised that they can't actually do anything in regards to that. She's trying to bait out something from them. And are they just going to be giving up lane of racks? Oh, there's the Roar coming in right now as well. They are trying to go on as much as possible. There's the Sand King. He has not gone for his Borrow Strike just yet. There's the Global Silence going in onto the Phantom Loss. The Phantom Loss, of course, does have a Mantis Star. Does actually manage to use this. They have already lost the one lane of racks, and there's the Winter's Curse onto the Lone Druid. Lone Druid is taking quite a bit of damage. There's a Sand King Epicenter coming through as well. Will they be able to get the kill onto Dota Die? Dota Die is still alive. He's got into the Timbersaw. Timbersaw's trying to get out of that one. He's on very low HP. Will they be able to get anything at all from this? They've only lost the one, and there you go. Dota Die does infest out. They do manage to pick off no one once again just yet. Is there another stun here on the Sand King? No. They will be able to get the kill onto Scarlet, and this is going to be the Livestealer's death as well. A very messy fight, but I think they will actually be able to get this pick off. And this is a fight that Pulse really needed. Oh, the Peter Rake and the bash.
Oh man, I don't know if you saw the craziest thing. The Rubik stole the Winter's Curse, with the Winter's Curse on the Wyvern, and then Winter Wyvern got denied by Winter's Curse.
Ooh.
So he didn't die, he got denied.
He got denied. Oh my word, I did not see that, no.
I'm pretty sure that's a bug. I'm almost certain it's a bug.
But I would think so, yes. Because why? No, yeah, that should have been a kill for the Winter.
So that's a bit savage. It's a bit unfortunate there, but I'm pretty sure we're scratching their heads a little bit there as to what happened. I mean, that's just one of those things, and a pretty good fight for Pulse. They lost melee racks, yes, but they showing that they can sort of brawl up against their opponents.
Sand King sitting on 4,000 gold all of a sudden.
Yeah, he had a big impact in the fight, so no surprise there.
With his epicenter, he waited for the global silence to be off cooldown, well, to be actually used before going in. Very well played by him, and actually showed a lot of composure. And all of a sudden, Pulse Gaming back in this completely, and Underlord also sitting on 3,200 gold. I mean, he's going in towards that Shiva's guard. We're gonna see any kind of engagement. Underlord, he's trying to get out of that one. He will manage to get out of it alive.
So that's a Scotty up on this Lone Druid. That's another scary issue. If you don't have that sort of escape, it's going to be a tough to get on out.
Yeah,
so
I mean, normally
curses have to land on the Lifestealer here.
Normally your Lone Druid range form, you would say he's squishy. That's why you actually go into true form.
Yeah.
Because he's a squishy hero, you can't really stand a man mode. Look at his HP pool quickly.
He's pretty down.
He's more than the Underlord.
He's pretty dark. He's definitely well farmed. I mean, look at the net worth. He's doing extremely well. But at the same time, so is the DL. I mean, I'm very surprised by how well Smack is playing. He's gone for the Basher now as well. So
I also want to bring up a level 20 talent on the Lone Druid. I feel that Lone Druid is too OP. So level 15 is plus 65 damage. Level 20 is minus 50 seconds respawn time.
Yeah. Bloodstone, really.
Level 10 plus 200 attack range.
Yeah.
The hell? Yeah.
Minus 10 seconds savage roll. I'm sorry, that's also pretty damn.
That's every 10 seconds you can use Savage Roar. But we are going to see an engagement coming through here. They do actually jump onto them. The global silence to use. Dota Die is sitting on quite low HP at this point. No one has actually fallen from this. Smacker's trying to do as much as possible here onto the Rubik, sending his illusions up there. Are we going to see any kind of shenanigans coming through here? It is actually going to be an extra stun. The Rubik's going to be the first one to drop from this entire team fight. And there's the Winter's Curse onto the Livestealer after the TP. So Livestealer is just going to blow up instantly. What are we seeing right now?
That was actually well executed here. I think experience definitely coming through. Pulse looking in a pretty dominant position. Yes, they slowly leaking buildings, but they're taking these fights each time they're coming out stronger and stronger. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's all Smackers. Has been playing an absolute cracker of a game, and all of a sudden, this Ursa is actually having some sort of a presence. And these bashes, definitely very big pickups from both the PL as well as the Ursa to control that Lifestealer. The Lifestealer
What?
struggling to fight.
There you go. Ursa's got a Bristle Blade up.
Yeah, this is huge. This is really big. That means Lifestealer is pretty much
Yeah.
in a tight spot.
I actually want to apologize for something because there is lifesteal, but it's on the Phantom launcher with the Vlads.
Yeah, but I mean, he hasn't really been with the PL all that often. A couple of the team fights. Yeah.
True.
I still feel like just maybe even a casual Morbid Mask would have been fine. But yeah, I mean, it's still they still would get any road with it, but they didn't really. I don't know. I still feel that maybe there's a couple of things that need to be changed on the sort of played this game.
So, okay. Looking at the net worth quickly, it was. The net worth has actually only dropped slightly after those couple of team fights. I'm very surprised in that.
Yeah, I'm actually extremely surprised. However, they do lose buildings, and buildings make quite a big impact on net worth because
True.
gold that goes into everyone's pocket, whereas some of the fights, some people don't get anything from it. So
Oh, look at Rosh spawning in a couple of seconds. There you go. Just as the Winter Wyvern illusions were sent in. I mean, can I call it hack?
must be, surely.
But I think that was also max Rosh respawn time or pretty close to it.
Yeah,
I actually
I think
didn't see. So.
I think you prepare yourself for the Roche at this time. I'm pretty sure these guys keep track of when the Roche fell.
Oh, trying to bait out the Winter Wyvern, baiting in TPs, so at least they know that TPs are coming in. And we're going to see a bear going straight into the Rosh pit right now.
And this is gonna be a fight. This is either gonna be the longest stalemate of the game, or this is gonna be a huge fight. I'm pretty sure Pulse want this to be a big fight. If they can win a fight here, they are in very good position.
Well, both the teams, I actually like what Pulse is doing now, smoking up, going for the long wraparound. This is actually brilliant play. They managed to pick up Dota and Die right now. This might actually win them the game. There they go in. They managed to get the stun. They're going in everything. The global silence is also used right now, but Dota and Die is sitting on quite low HP at this point. Underlord, he is going to be the first one to drop. No, but it's the Witch's Curse. The Witch's Curse is actually used onto the Lifestealer, but the load rate is not in time. There's the Burrow Strike, Epicenter combination coming through. It's doing a lot of damage. There's a 1-for-1 trade-off. The load druid is nearly dead. The load druid does use raw, and now he uses his Hurricane Pike straight onto the Lifestealer. After the Lifestealer, he's Sand King. But now the 21 going in onto the Lifestealer. Won't be able to get another kill. The Lifestealer still makes it out alive. And this is the power of the load druid. He's just going ham. He's attacking from such a far range. And this is actually going to be the Sand King. He does have another Burrow Strike. Nope. I mean, this fight went very well for the side of Pulse, but they just could not kill Dota and Die and DDD. Both of those two heroes were under 50 HP.
I mean, it's also the second time Doppler's been caught where his ulti got stolen in a team fight, which hurt quite a lot. The Ursa got locked down on the backlines there for quite an extended period of time, and that bought time for the Lone Druid just to beat up at the Underlord, who was just standing alone at that stage. So I think a little bit of a misplay there from Doppler cost them that team fight. It could have definitely gone their way. It's just a small error, and these small errors count a lot.
I mean, I honestly think Doppler did that to actually try and save the Underlord's life, and it did for the time, for a split second. But the Lone Druid was actually busy fighting here towards the backline when this engagement happened and when the Cold Embrace happened here, or the Witch's Curse.
Yeah, and
the Witch's Curse.
Underlord was not involved in it, so they could deal damage to him. Just a disaster, it really was. But unfortunate. But I mean, they all respawn now. They don't have. They're gonna have to fight into an Aegis.
Well, they're going straight in onto the Timbersaw right now. Timbersaw's got 5 Bloodstone charges. Will probably go and deny himself if he can. Anyway, no, Aghanim just manages. And this Timbersaw's really not had a good game.
Yeah,
Not just out of playing badly. It's just he hasn't had the opportunity to snowball. He had a very early Bloodstone up. The problem is he got picked off as soon as he picked it up.
Yeah, it's one of those things you want to play a Timbersaw into a diffusal blade. If you don't have a good lead with Bloodstone, you're gonna have a tough time fighting. And I mean, he struggles to have an impact if Smacker also in the end. Again,
So
I think Smacker's been playing amazing this game. He's really keeping Pulse in the game.
Yeah. Comparing the two, Scarnet 1, 6, and 10 versus Rage was 1, 5, and 11. I don't look at the net worth. They're both pretty even. They're 500 gold away from each other. So both offlaners struggling a little bit, but it's not due to lack of skill. It's just due to the way that the entire match or this entire game has just progressed. It's not been a high intense match. It's not been a high intense you know, a lot of kills all over the place, which looking at the lineups, that's what I expected. It's been more controlled from both teams, especially from the side of Pulse, because they've brought this back from, I was literally going to say that they can't win. And even though the gold graph hasn't really changed a lot, it still feels that Pulse is in this game and they can actually win. Lifesteal is starting to taper off at this point. He possibly, I mean, he could sell his Echo Saber and he could go for an Abyssal himself, but then he's 6-slotted. And we spoke about Lifestealer not being the just of late game carries early on.
Yeah.
The Lone Druid is sitting on 6-slotted himself. He can now just go into his bear. Who do you favor in regard to the late game? I do favor Pulse a little bit.
It's hard to say. I mean, Lone Druid is more of a late game hero than he used to be. He used to be sort of all off very hard because the bear doesn't scale very well. But now the fact that he's playing sort of like a sniper when you play Lone Druid, he can sustain himself into the much later period of the game. But I mean, this PL is just constantly surprising me. I mean, I heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, PL Pro will never get picked up again."
Hey, guess what? Plus 600 Phantom Rush range.
Okay.
Full lefty build. Evasion, cooldown, attack speed.
He just did it for. It's good though. It's great.
Do it for the meme. Well, we're actually seeing an engagement coming through right now. They're trying to go into Dota and die. The global silence is used, of course. The Witch's Curse has not been done at all. Underworld might be in quite a bit of trouble, but there you go. Unfortunately, it is on the backline. The curse is onto DD&D. It just kept him a little bit longer, but the problem is 2 heroes have already died, including the Underlord. Smacker is trying to do as much as possible. Going in here onto the Lone Druid Bear. Smacker is literally a Smacker versus the world. Do you see, is there any kind of engagement coming in from the Sand King? There you go. Sand King does go in for a stun. There's no epi-stun combination just yet. Smacker is still going crazy. He has not died. He is going in, trying to do everything, carrying the entire weight. Pulse Gaming on his shoulders. He does get drawn away. He still once again trying to go in, but the force of hole, that's the problem. Lodra does use the Hurricane Pike, and they do manage to kill him. He does have buyback if he does need to use it. He does. Sitting on 4 gold reliable still. So he can actually buy out, just coming in onto Scarnet. Unfortunately, Scarnet, but Scarnet all of a sudden has 8 Buzzsaw charge.
Yeah. They found the Rubik kill in the backlines here. Oh, look at that rush range! Oh my word, that's disgusting! He just chased him down across the entire map. Smacker should find Scarnet here, I do imagine.
Yeah, oh, the stun actually does, and Scarnet is still alive, sitting on 8. Once again, Scarnet will just start purging him off, slowing him down. And no, Scarnet is still alive. Come on, boys. That's the power or the big difference between 3 Bloodstone charges and 8. But they do decide to turn around going on to Doom Bunny. He's the easier target. A lot of buybacks used there, and Smacker. It literally is Smacker versus the world.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. It's absolutely just Smacker. And I feel like Doctor made a poor play there. He went and tried to get a curse on the back. He died instantly afterwards and still gave away the curse.
The problem is your curse range, your Lone Druid is always going to be out of the range. Unless he's in the middle of the fight, because he's going to be standing all the way back.
Ooh,
so
yeah,
hold on quickly, are we going to see no further engagement? You move forward, because I think he was also forced off forward by his team. Do you move forward just to try and curse the Lone Druid for 4 seconds? Just to keep him out of a fight for 4 seconds. Because that's what I think they're doing right now.
I still think you put it on the Lifestealer. Get rid of the Lifestealer. You got heroes that can chase.
And how are you going to get rid of the Lifestealer? The Lone Druid's not going to attack the Lifestealer. Lone Druid's range is further away. Can
like
the silencer...
on Lifestealer, the rush from the kills, you know what I mean? He can close that gap. Even if he gets Savage Raw that rushes on such low cooldown, he's going to keep on chasing. And then the Lifestealer is going to have a tough time coming back. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger. So it's... I don't know. Maybe it is the right play. Maybe I'm completely wrong here. Maybe Doctor is making the right play. But it just seems
No,
like
but it is a very
has no
interesting
impact.
concept here, because if the Lone Druid's attack range wasn't so far, I would have said yes. But with the Lone Druid's attack range being so far, you physically have the Silencer, the Timbersaw, and the Rubik trying to attack the Lifestealer, and that still means that the Lone Druid is attacking you.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting one, and let's actually have a look here. They do decide to jump in onto the Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern does not have buyback at all. He just gets completely blown up, and that is no Winter's Curse. This might just be horrible for the side of Pulse Gang. They actually be able to do anything. This is the first full wave or full lane of Rax. No, it's not. Mid lane of Rax is also down. They're trying to still go for this. Smacker versus the world. It's not mega creeps just yet. Will they actually be able to get anything? Aghanim does manage to use his enrage. Of course, he does not have his Aghanim Scepter up just yet. His namesake up just yet. Rubik did manage, of course, to steal the Pit of Malice onto Smacker. Smacker trying to charge up, but he is silenced. He might be in a lot of trouble right now. Who does he go onto? That's 2 heroes down for the side of... well, 3 heroes down for the side of Pulse. This might actually just be GG. There you go. GG, well played. Just from one pickoff onto the Winter Wyvern, and that just goes to show the power the Winter Curse has been having for the past, honestly, 30 minutes of this game.
Yeah. That's it's just a brutal loss here, actually. Smacker played out of his mind, and unfortunately just didn't have enough to close this game out. And you say, I mean, the Winter Wyvern's down. You don't have the Winter's Curse to lock down for the long period of time, so you can slowly eat away at the sidelines for Smacker and end up losing the game. It's a pretty brutal loss here. It's a very, very well played from XTC, again showing that they are definitely here to compete in the last.
Well, guys, on that note, I'm RidditZ joining me with Scorpy. XTC beating Pulse 2-1. I mean, insane games coming through. This was, of course, the Telkom Masters for Dota 2. Scorpy, I think I'll see you next week, most likely. Again, we do have another game coming up then. If you do want to co-cast, I really enjoyed it. It was fun. Thanks for